Welcome to the Did Solomon Spalding and Sidney Rigdon Write the Book of Mormon video. Solomon Spalding, as you can see in the picture above here, he lived from 1761 to 1816. And of course, on the right, we have Sidney Rigdon, one of the early Mormon church leaders. All right, an interesting quotation here from one of Solomon Spalding's manuscripts. This is from Manuscript Story, we're going to call it. That does exist. You can go read it online. His other manuscript we're going to call Manuscript Found. LDS Church tried to muddy the waters by calling Manuscript Story Manuscript Found. But Spalding had several different manuscripts. This is the one that we do have. You can go read it online, and it has been published by the church. Anyway, there's a similarity here in this Manuscript Story to Joseph Smith. Hammock, who is one of the characters in this manuscript story, Hammock had a stone which he pronounced transparent, though it was not transparent to common eyes. Through this, he could view things present and things to come and discover hidden treasures. So that's interesting. Hammock and Joseph Smith, kind of similar there. All right, a statement here from the prophet Joseph Smith, letter to church leaders in Jackson County, Missouri, 1833. This is regarding a man named Dr. Philastus Hurlbut. He lived from 1809 to 1883. You can see his gravestone pictured above. Dr. Hurlbut gathered a bunch of affidavits around 1833 regarding the Spalding theory. We'll get more into what that Spalding theory is, but just remember Dr. Hurlbut was the one that gathered these initial affidavits. Then he sold them to a man named Eber D. Howe, who published these affidavits in a book entitled Mormonism Unveiled, and we'll get to all that. But this is a statement from Joseph Smith regarding Dr. Hurlbut. So Smith says, one man by the name of Dr. Hurlbut, who has been expelled from the church for lewd and adulterous conduct, and to spite us, he is lying in a wonderful manner. To spite us, he is lying in a wonderful manner, not telling the truth. And the people are running after him and giving him money to break down Mormonism, which much endangers our lives at present, but God will put a stop to his career soon. So he kind of slanders him here. Not sure how much this is true, that he had lewd and adulterous conduct. I think maybe he did say some obscene words to a young woman or a girl. Not sure how much of that is ad hominem from Joseph, but he's saying he's lying and God is going to put a stop to his career. Well, how is Joseph Smith going to put a stop to it? What was he going to do? All right, a little bit of preliminary information on Sidney Rigdon. This is from Richard S. Van Wagner's book, Sidney Rigdon, A Portrait of Religious Excess, 1994. Didn't use that book too much for this video, but I do have 2 or 3 slides from this book. Van Wagner says, the window of opportunity during which Rigdon achieved co-equal billing with Joseph Smith lasted from 1831 to 1839. Co-equal billing. So Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon were equals for about 8 years here. During this era, he and the prophet Joseph Smith, both gifted visionaries, jointly developed the church's infrastructure and its governing agenda. Retrospectively, the duo seemed mismatched. So Sidney Rigdon, very important person in the early days of the church, developing the church's infrastructure, providing a lot of the revelations, a lot of the visions, and the governing agenda. And pictured above here is Sidney Rigdon preaching. He was also a licensed preacher. He used to preach with Alexander Campbell in his church. All right, another statement here from Van Wagner. He says, Rigdon was highly educated and well-read, while Smith possessed only rudimentary education. Rigdon highly educated, Joseph Smith not. Rigdon well-read, Smith probably not. Smith with a rudimentary education, and Smith was a very young man. Around this time period, we're going to be talking about, the few years before the Book of Mormon came out. Joseph Smith was like 20 years old, 21 years old, and not that much education. So if he could have written or dictated the Book of Mormon, that would be an amazing feat for somebody so young and somebody so uneducated. Smith was remarkable for his charisma. Rigdon was remarkable for his eloquence. But despite occasional friction, these two were virtually inseparable. Their burdens, in fact, were their bonds. So inseparable, both of them working together on many different projects, which we'll go over. All right, some information here on Sidney Rigdon's role in the Joseph Smith translation of the Bible. He was very involved in it. Van Wagner talks about this. He says that Rigdon could have been merely Sidney the scribe, a penman, whose sole function was to take down dictation for the JST, is implausible. This idea that he was just a scribe is implausible. Sidney Rigdon was a biblical scholar with a reputation for erudition. He was more steeped in the biblical interpretation than any other early Mormon, steeped in biblical interpretation, despite his common school education. So very involved in the Joseph Smith translation of the Bible, not just merely a scribe. This according to Van Wagner. So maybe he was involved in other scriptures as well, the Doctrine and Covenants and maybe the Book of Mormon. All right, a statement here from Dr. Craig Criddle. He is a Stanford University professor. He's done a lot of work on this Spalding-Rigdon theory. You can see this website here, sidneyrigdon.com, where I got this. It's a kind of a long article that he wrote. He also was involved in a word print study to determine Book of Mormon authorship with a couple other of his colleagues at Stanford. But here he says, Rigdon and Smith collaborated on shared revelations beyond the Book of Moses. So Book of Moses part of the JST. So they worked on that together. They worked on the Book of Moses and the JST, or as Criddle calls it, the inspired translation of the Bible. Examples of collaboration of revelations or visions given to both Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon, given to both of them at the same time, include Doctrine and Covenants, section 35, 37, 40, 44, 71, 73, 76, and 100. Those are joint revelations or visions given both to Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon. So he's very involved in the JST, very involved in the Doctrine and Covenants. Well, maybe the Book of Mormon too. All right, here's a quotation from Joseph Smith's mother, Lucy Mack Smith, in her history, 1844 to 1845. I got this on the Joseph Smith Papers .org site, but there was also a book published. There's also a preliminary manuscript for it that's available, I think, by Signature Books. It's called Lucy's Book by Lavina Fielding Anderson. Anyway, this is a popular quotation that apologists like to use, LDS church historians like to use, showing that Joseph Smith was the sole author of the Book of Mormon. So Lucy says, in the course of our evening conversations, Joseph would give us some of the most amusing recitals which could be imagined. He would describe the ancient inhabitants of this American continent, their dress, their manner of traveling, the animals which they rode upon, the cities that were built by them, the structure of their buildings, with every particular of their mode of warfare, their religious worship, etc., as particularly as though he had spent his life with them. It will be recollected by the reader that all that I mentioned and much more took place within the compass of one short year. But it is interesting to note that the same kind of things were said about Solomon Spalding. This is an account from Reddick McGee, the Daily Evening Reporter, 1869. McGee says, I recollect quite well Mr. Spalding spending much time in writing on sheets of paper torn out from an old book what purported to be a veritable history of the nations or tribes who inhabited Canaan when or before that country was invaded by the Israelites under Joshua. So giving the history of the Canaanites, according to Spalding. Spalding described with great particularity their numbers, customs, modes of life, their wars, stratagems, victories, and defeats, etc. So a very similar statement to what Lucy Mack said, except about a different person. All right, a quick story here from Ebenezer Robinson. He was a Whitmerite, I guess, at the time in 1890. Robinson says the foundation was prepared for the Nauvoo House, pictured above, and the ceremony of laying the cornerstone was attended to on the 2nd day of October, 1841. One thing transpired on that occasion worthy of note. Okay, Robinson continues. After the brethren had assembled at the southeast corner of the foundation, where the cornerstone was to be laid, President Joseph Smith said, Wait, brethren, I have a document that I wish to put in that stone. And Joseph Smith started for his house, which was only a few rods away. And Robinson's pictured above here. Okay, Robinson continues. Joseph Smith got a manuscript copy of the Book of Mormon, which was the original manuscript, and brought it into the room where we were standing. And Joseph said, I have had trouble enough with this thing, which remark struck me with amazement as I looked upon it as a sacred treasure. What did Joseph Smith mean when he said, I have had trouble enough with this thing? With this thing that just kind of was given to him? What's he trying to say here? I've had trouble enough with this thing, as if he didn't write it. All right, so Robinson finishes the quotation here. Joseph took the manuscript and deposited it in the cornerstone of the Nauvoo House, together with other papers and things, including different pieces of United States coin. Not a very good place to put the original manuscript into this cornerstone, because it eventually cracked and leaked, destroyed about 75% of the original manuscript, which would have been really nice to have. We only have, like I said, about 25% of it. All right, some information about the Apostle William E. McClellan. He didn't like to preach much out of the Book of Mormon, and neither did Joseph Smith, which we're going to get to. But this statement is about the Apostle William E. McClellan. He placed little emphasis on the doctrinal content of the Book of Mormon, making prophecies of its coming forth, evidences of its truthfulness, and testimony of its worth were by far the most frequent topic in his sermons, but not really focusing on the doctrinal content. Why is that? And Joseph Smith was pretty much the same way as William E. McClellan. We get some good information from Terrell Given's book, By the Hand of Mormon. Given says, Joseph Smith apparently also believed the message was the manner of its coming forth, or he would have spent some time writing or preaching about the Book of Mormon's content instead of repeatedly talking about how he produced it. Why didn't Joseph Smith talk about the content in his speeches, in his lectures? It's kind of weird, right? All right, so another statement by Givens here. This comes from the Words of Joseph Smith book. Can also be found on josephsmithpapers.org. During the 7 years of the church's Nauvoo period, when Joseph Smith was preaching in public on a regular basis, the hundreds of recorded pages of his sermons contain only a handful of brief allusions to the Book of Mormon, and none of them involves sustained discussion of doctrine or any other content. Why wasn't Joseph Smith teaching the doctrine and content of the Book of Mormon? Wasn't that his masterpiece, his magnum opus, his great doctrinal teachings, but he never preached out of it? Weird, right? It's almost as if somebody else wrote it. Okay, same source here. Of Joseph Smith's trip to Washington during that period, a reporter captured what seemed to be a typical pattern. Joseph Smith took good care to say but little about the Book of Mormon. He averred, however, that nobody wrote it but him. So Joseph Smith would talk about how it came forth, how he was the translator of it, etc., but he says little about the content of the Book of Mormon in his speeches. All right, a study done by Amos N. Merrill and Alton D. Merrill. Amos is pictured above. This showed up in the Improvement era in 1945. Reviewing almost 2,000 articles and publications on the Book of Mormon going back to 1830, two researchers affirm that there was a tendency on the part of many speakers and writers merely to mention the Book of Mormon without entering into a meaningful discussion about its contents. And, of course, this included Joseph Smith. And another interesting fact is that Joseph Smith came up with a lot of teachings that are not in the Book of Mormon. So it's kind of like he didn't care about it. Very strange for it to be his magnum opus, then not teach out of it, and then later come up with a whole bunch of other teachings that aren't even in it, and that maybe even contradict with it. So some of these teachings that Joseph Smith taught that are not in the Book of Mormon include the Melchizedek and Aaronic priesthoods. In the Book of Mormon, it mentions only priests and high priests. That God has a body of flesh and bones. In the Book of Mormon, God is a spirit. The temple endowment ceremony. In the Book of Mormon, secret oaths are condemned. 3 degrees of glory revelation. In the Book of Mormon, there's only heaven and hell. God and Jesus are separate beings. In the Book of Mormon, it's the Trinity, the 3 in 1. God was once a man. In the Book of Mormon, God never changes. That polygamy is okay, D&C 132, but in the Book of Mormon, polygamy is condemned. There are many gods, according to Joseph Smith's Nauvoo teachings. In the Book of Mormon, there's only one God. Joseph Smith established the first presidency. In the Book of Mormon, there's only the 12 apostles. Joseph Smith said we could become gods. Book of Mormon is silent about that. Joseph Smith taught temple marriage. Book of Mormon is silent about that. Joseph Smith taught the pre-existence in the Pearl of Great Price. Book of Mormon is silent about that. Joseph Smith taught the word of wisdom. Doesn't mention anything about that in the Book of Mormon. So it's weird. It's weird. It's like Joseph Smith didn't appreciate the teachings of the Book of Mormon. All right, the March 20, 1826 trial record for the people of the state of New York versus Joseph Smith, the glass looker, a misdemeanor. This is for Joseph Smith looking into his seer stone and pretending to locate buried treasure that his marks would go and then try to dig out, money diggers. So this is an account of Joseph Smith possibly memorizing a section of a book, then looking into his seer stone and reading and turning his back to the book and then reading off what he had memorized in the book, pretending to get it from his seer stone. We know that Joseph Smith had a good memory. What was I going to say? So he may have done the same thing with the Book of Mormon. Memorized big sections of a manuscript, maybe the Solomon Spalding manuscript worked over by Sidney Rigdon, memorized it, pretended to look in his seer stone, and then dictate to the text of the Book of Mormon. Maybe he did that just through memory. Maybe he had some kind of an outline. But this statement here I'll read. It says, Arad Stoll, sworn, says that he went to see whether the prisoner, Joseph Smith, could convince him that he possessed the skill that he professed to have, upon which the prisoner Joseph laid a book open upon a white cloth and proposed looking through another stone, which was white and transparent, hold the stone to the candle, turn his back to the book, and read. So this is something that Joseph Smith did. Joseph Smith, the prisoner, laid the book open and then pretended to read from the book with his back turned to the book through his seer stone. So maybe he did something similar with the Book of Mormon. All right, an account from Emma Smith, Joseph Smith's wife, about translating the Book of Mormon. She was one of the scribes. I think she was the first scribe. She says, when my husband Joseph was translating the Book of Mormon, I, Emma, wrote a part of it as he dictated each sentence word for word, and when he came to proper names he could not pronounce, or long words, he spelled them out. And while I was writing them, if I made any mistake in spelling, he would stop me and correct my spelling, although it was impossible for him to see how I was writing them down at the time. So, word for word, spelling out proper names. Did he know how to spell the names in his mind, and that's why he had to spell out the names and the hard words? Or was he looking at some kind of a manuscript, or did he memorize some kind of a manuscript and memorize the way that those names were spelled? All right, so Emma Smith continues. She says, even the word Sarah, or it's probably Sariah, Joseph Smith could not pronounce at first, but had to spell it, and I would pronounce it for him. When he stopped for any purpose at any time, he would, when he commenced again, begin where he left off without any hesitation. And one time, so let's talk about that for a minute. He would continue right where he left off after they had taken a break. He would commence again, beginning where he left off without any hesitation. So did he have that in his mind, or was he looking at a manuscript, or did he memorize a manuscript? How did he begin exactly where he had left off? That seems like it'd be kind of hard to do. One time while he was translating, he stopped suddenly, pale as a sheet, and said, Emma, did Jerusalem have walls around it? When I answered yes, he replied, oh, I was afraid that I had been deceived. He had such a limited knowledge of history at that time that he did not even know that Jerusalem was surrounded by walls. So that's kind of interesting. If he's looking at a manuscript or had memorized a manuscript and it said that it had walls around Jerusalem, and then he's asking the question, did it really have walls around it? Was that from the manuscript? Because it's something that Joseph Smith didn't know about. Or did Joseph Smith just guess that it did have walls, and so he just dictated it and then wasn't sure about his guess, and he asked Emma? Interesting account from Emma. So throughout Joseph Smith's life, he is known to have a whole bunch of scribes and even ghostwriters, a lot of ghostwriters that would write things, you know, in the Mormon papers, Times and Seasons, Evening and Morning Star, whatever it happened to be. But we're to believe that for the Book of Mormon, he didn't have any ghostwriters, that he just came up with it all himself. This young man of 20 years old with very limited education. He could hardly spell, could hardly write. You know, maybe it's possible, but let's read this. This is an account from a CES instructor, Howard C. Searle, in BYU Studies 1981. He says the grammatical, vocabulary, and orthographic deficiencies of Joseph Smith were the cause of much editing, revising, and rewriting in nearly all of Smith's published works. He had bad grammar, bad vocabulary. Everything that he wrote pretty much had to be edited and revised and rewritten. Joseph Smith had over 24 scribes and ghostwriters. That's a key word, ghostwriters, that are known to have assisted him during the 15 years from 1829 to 1844. All right, so here's a list of all of the major scribes assisting Joseph Smith from 1829 to 1844. I believe there's 19 of them on here, major scribes. You can pause and look at all these names if you want. There was Martin Harris, Oliver Cowdery, John Whitmer, Sidney Rigdon, W.W. Phelps, Parley P. Pratt, etc., etc. All right, so let's get more into the Spalding-Rigdon theory. Most of what we've talked about so far has just been preliminary data, just some interesting stuff that I was able to find. Solomon Spalding was born in 1761, died in 1816. 1778, maybe, was a Revolutionary War soldier. Studied at Dartmouth College. He studied the theories of Indian origins under Professor John Smith. I think Hiram Smith did as well, Joseph Smith's brother. He was a preacher in 1790. A school principal in New York about 1800, and also a businessman. Lived in Ohio in 1810 and died in Pennsylvania in 1816. He wrote a number of manuscripts. The ones that are usually talked about as maybe the manuscripts that Sidney Rigdon got a hold of and copied or used and then added religious parts to it. The two manuscripts that always come up are Manuscript Story and Manuscript Found. We actually have Manuscript Story, as I mentioned before. You can find it online and read it. Has a few similarities to the Book of Mormon, but really not a whole lot. Doesn't have Book of Mormon names, etc. So people have kind of discounted Manuscript Story, Cognac Creek, as being the source for the Book of Mormon. But he was also supposedly, Solomon Spalding also supposedly wrote Manuscript Found, and maybe that is the manuscript that all of the people talked about, saying, oh yeah, it has the same names as the Book of Mormon, it has all the same kind of wording as the Book of Mormon, and it came to pass, etc., etc. So he wrote a number of manuscripts. The church wants you to believe that the only pertinent one is Manuscript Story, Cognac Creek, but we know he had a number of manuscripts. The one that we're going to talk about as being the possible manuscript for the Book of Mormon, which Sidney Rigdon then altered as Manuscript Found. All right, so the RLDS Church and the LDS Church were very tricky. They took Manuscript Story, or the Oberlin Manuscript is also called, Manuscript Story, Cognac Creek, or the Oberlin Manuscript. They took that manuscript and published it under the name Manuscript Found. And that really did confuse a lot of people. So it made it seem like, oh, we found the manuscript, and it doesn't have that much to do with the Book of Mormon, so case closed, right? But we should call Manuscript Story Conneaut Creek, or the Oberlin Manuscript, which you can find online, which has been published. That's not the one that we're talking about for the Spalding and Rigdon theory. We're talking about Manuscript Found. Even though that's how the RLDS and LDS published it as Manuscript Found. So it gets kind of confusing here. Eyewitnesses familiar with Manuscript Found and the Oberlin manuscript, or Manuscript Story, said that the two manuscripts were different. Publishing the Manuscript Story or Oberlin manuscript under that name of Manuscript Found is a clever deception. What they had published in 1885, 1910, and 1996 was not Manuscripts Found. It was Manuscript Story Conneaut Creek, even though they used the Manuscript Found name. So hopefully this kind of makes sense. Okay, the title written in pencil on the Oberlin manuscript is Manuscript Story Conneaut Creek, like I had said, not Manuscript Found. Because of this pencil inscription, the Oberlin manuscript is often called Manuscript Story, which we talked about. That was in Hurlbut's handwriting. Easy to see why people would confuse Manuscript Story with Manuscript Found. So the one that has been published by the church, Manuscript Story, or the Oberlin manuscript, that's not the one we're talking about for the Spalding and Rigdon theory. We're talking about Manuscript Found. Manuscript Found is lost. We don't have it, so we can't compare it to the Book of Mormon to see for sure if it really was a source document that Spalding had written and that Rigdon had revised, and then that Joseph had dictated. So Manuscript Found is lost, unfortunately. All right, so Dr. Philastus Hurlbut, great name, huh? He's the one that went around a few different states and gathered up all the affidavits. These affidavits said that Manuscript Found, the Spalding manuscript, had a lot of similarities with the Book of Mormon, including a lot of similar names like Nephi, Lehi, and we're going to get to all those affidavit accounts. Hurlbut got all those affidavits and sold them to Eber D. Howe. Eber D. Howe published them in a book called Mormonism Unveiled. It's often called the first anti-Mormon book ever published. It's a great book. It got a lot of useful affidavits and information in it. In that book, Spalding's widow, Matilda, states that Solomon Spalding had a great variety of manuscripts and recollects that one was entitled The Manuscript Found. And Eber Howe is pictured above. All right, a comment here from James Fairchild, the president of Oberlin College. It's regarding the Manuscript Story, or the Oberlin manuscript that was published first in 1886 by the RLDS. Fairchild says, with regard to the manuscript of Mr. Spalding, now in the library of Oberlin College, Manuscript Story, Conneaut Creek, or the Oberlin manuscript, I have never stated and know of no one who can state that it is the only manuscript which Spalding wrote, or that it is certainly the one which has been supposed to be the original of the Book of Mormon. So that was a common apologetic tactic, to say, hey, we found it, the Oberlin manuscript story. It doesn't look like the Book of Mormon very much. Case closed. And they'd use actually quotes from James Fairchild. So then Fairchild came out with other statements saying, hey, I never said it was the only manuscript Spalding ever wrote. And there's plenty of testimony that Spalding wrote other manuscripts. Okay, Fairchild continues. The discovery of this manuscript does not prove that there may not have been another manuscript which became the basis of the Book of Mormon. The use which has been made of statements emanating from me as implying the contrary of the above is entirely unwarranted. People like James E. Talmage, can't remember who else, were using statements from him implying the opposite or the contrary. These statements were found in a book by A. Theodore Schroeder, Origin of the Book of Mormon, 1901. Schroeder is pictured above. All right, we have a letter from the Reverend Mr. Storrs of Holliston, Massachusetts, dated June 28, 1841, letter to Reverend John A. Clark, who wrote the book Gleanings by the Way, which came out in 1842, part of the title page pictured above here. Dr. Hurlbut took the manuscript, and I believe this is manuscript found. It is reported in Missouri that he sold it for $400, that the manuscript is not to be found. So this is the one, supposedly the Book of Mormon was based on, manuscript found. The story is, or the speculation is, that the high-ranking Mormons came and talked to Dr. Philastus Hurlbut and offered him money to buy it, and that Hurlbut, being a man in need, sold it to the Mormons, this manuscript found, for $400, and the Mormons probably destroyed it. All right, we now have an interview of Eber D. Howe, the author of Mormonism Unveiled, interviewed by Ellen E. Dickinson in 1880 in her book called New Light on Mormonism, 1885. So this is a long time after the fact. All these 1880 statements, this is what, 55 years after the Book of Mormon was published. But, still some interesting information. So Ellen, interviewing Eber D. Howe, Ellen asked the question, is there a possibility that the original Spalding manuscript will yet come to light? Howe says, no, I don't think so, he replied earnestly. The Mormons had too much at stake to let it exist. So Hurlbut probably sold it to them, and they probably destroyed it and burned it, like they have a lot of other documents on Mountain Meadows and other things. Ellen then asked the question, then you think that Hurlbut destroyed it? Howe said, I believe that Hurlbut had two manuscripts, the original one and another one. The one that he gave me had no resemblance to the Book of Mormon, this manuscript story, Cognac Creek. Then Ellen asks, do you think that Spalding wrote a story from which Rigdon and Smith made the Book of Mormon? And Howe says, certainly I do, emphasizing the words. All right, so let's get to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Solomon Spalding lived there from around 1812 to 1814. The church and apologists don't want to admit that Sidney Rigdon lived in that area as well around this time period, maybe a little bit later. And it was in Pittsburgh that Sidney Rigdon obtained the manuscript found, and then through some means, maybe through Parley P. Pratt, got the document over to Joseph Smith. All right, so where did Sidney Rigdon get a hold of Solomon Spalding's manuscript found? Well, one theory is that it was at the post office / print shop of a guy named R. Patterson. We have a statement here, an account from Rebecca Johnston Eichbaum in 1879, so 49 years after the Book of Mormon was published, so it's a late account. It's a long time after the fact of from the things that happened that she's trying to remember, the things happening in 1811 to 1816. So it's even more than 49 years. But it's still an interesting account, and she gives a lot of details. So Rebecca says, at the request of R. Patterson, one of the editors of the Presbyterian Banner in Pittsburgh, I make the following statement of my recollections of persons in regard to whom he has inquired. My father, John Johnson, was the postmaster at Pittsburgh for about 18 years, from 1804 to 1822. My husband, William Eichbaum, succeeded him and was postmaster for about 11 years, from 1822 to 1833. Rebecca, was born August 25, 1792, and when I became old enough, I assisted my father in attending to the post office and became familiar with his duties. From about 1811 to 1816, I was I was the regular clerk in the office, assorting, making up, dispatching, opening, and distributing the mails. So remember that date, 1816, because that's when we actually have some proof that Sidney Rigdon was in Pittsburgh in 1816. Long before the church says he was there. The church says he wasn't there at that time. Pittsburgh was then a small town, and I was well acquainted with all the stated visitors at the office who called regularly for their mails. So it's something you can maybe remember because you got to know a lot of different people. So meager at that time were the mails that I could generally tell without looking whether or not there was anything for such persons. All right, so Rebecca continues. Though I would usually look in order to satisfy them, that is, go look for their mail to see if they had anything. I was married in 1815, and the next year my connection with the office ceased, except during the absences of my husband. I knew and distinctly remember Robert and Joseph Patterson, J. Harrison Lambden, Silas Ingalls, and Sidney Rigdon. There you go. I remember Reverend Mr. Spalding, but simply as one who occasionally called to inquire for his letters. So that's interesting. She remembers Sidney Rigdon and Reverend Mr. Spalding, Solomon Spalding, both in this post office around this time, around 1815, 1816. I remember there was an evident intimacy between Lambden and Rigdon. They very often came to the office together. I particularly remember that they would thus come during the hour on Sabbath afternoon when the office was required to be open, and I remember feeling sure that Reverend Mr. Patterson knew nothing of this, or he would have put a stop to it. I do not know what position, if any, Rigdon filled in Patterson's store or printing office, but I'm well assured that he was frequently, if not constantly, there for a large part of the time when I was clerk in the post office. So very interesting. It was a post office, but it was also a store. I think they sold books there. And it was a printing office, and the theory is that Solomon Spalding brought manuscript found there to be printed. Didn't really have the money to do it. Patterson needed a few more things from him, like preface and, I don't know, table of contents, whatever. Yeah, a store there with a lot of books. Rigdon was a big-time reader, so it's probably a place that he would hang out. He talked to Lambden a lot, was very familiar with Lambden. Maybe Lambden pointed out Solomon Spalding's manuscript that was on the shelf for a few years, and Rigdon got a hold of it. Maybe he copied it, maybe he took it. We don't know. So he was there constantly, blah, blah, blah. I recall Mr. Ingalls saying that Rigdon was always hanging around the printing office. He was connected with the tannery before he became a preacher, though he may have continued the business while preaching. So, and what was Rigdon doing at the tannery? Well, he was making book bindings, book covers, I guess. And that would be something that they would use in Patterson's store/bookstore or /printing office. All right, so here's some evidence that Sidney Rigdon was there in Pittsburgh in 1816. I think this is a relatively recent discovery. It showed up in the Commonwealth newspaper in Pittsburgh, July 9, 1816. It's kind of hard to read at the top there. A list of letters, I guess, for people to come and get. List of letters that are at the post office. Same place that this Rebecca was talking about. List of letters remaining in the post office at Pittsburgh, June 30, 1816. And you look down the list under R's, you see Sidney Rigdon's name, 1816. Look down the list under S, and you see Solomon Spalding's name. So maybe Rebecca's statement is true, and this actually gives evidence that both Rigdon and Spalding were there in Pittsburgh at this post office. All right, some information in Eber D. Howe's book, Mormonism Unveiled. This comes from Spalding's widow, Matilda. While they lived in Pittsburgh, Spalding's widow, Matilda, thinks that manuscript found was once taken to the printing office of Patterson and Lambton, but whether it was ever brought back to the house again, she is quite uncertain. So that's interesting. That's the place where Rigdon was hanging out, according to Rebecca. Manuscript found, according to Spalding's widow, was taken to that printing office, and it was probably left there for a number of years. All right, a statement from the Reverend Joseph Miller in the Pittsburgh Telegraph, February 6, 1879. So a long time after the fact, but still interesting. Joseph Miller says, "My recollection is that a Mr. Spalding had left a transcript of the manuscript with Mr. Patterson of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for publication, that its publication was delayed until Mr. Spalding could write a preface, and in the meantime the transcript was spirited away and could not be found. Mr. Spalding told me that Sidney Rigdon had taken it." If that's true, that's pretty crazy. Mr. Spalding told me that Sidney Rigdon had taken it, or that he was suspicioned for it. Recollect distinctly that Rigdon's name was used in that connection. All right, a statement from Robert Patterson Jr. I guess that would be the son of Robert Patterson, the owner of the print shop. An article called Solomon Spalding and the Book of Mormon in History of Washington County, Pennsylvania, book 1882. So again, it's a long time after the fact, 60 years supposedly after these things were supposed to have occurred. But it says, Reverend John Winter, M.D., was one of the early ministers of the Baptist Church laboring in western Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio. During a portion of the time when Sidney Rigdon was pastor of the First Baptist Church in Pittsburgh, Dr. Winter was teaching a school in the same city and was well acquainted with Rigdon. Upon one occasion during this period, 1822 to 1823, so what is this, about 6 years after that list of letters that we talked about. Upon one occasion during this period, 1822 to 1823, Dr. Winter was in Rigdon's study when Rigdon took from his desk a large manuscript and said in substance that a Presbyterian minister, Spalding, whose health had failed, brought this to the printer to see if it would pay to publish it. It is a romance of the Bible. Dr. Winter did not read any part of it and paid no more attention to it until after the Book of Mormon appeared, when he heard that Mr. Spalding's widow recognized in it the writings of her husband. All right, so Robert Patterson Jr. continues. I'm going to skip the first part here. This is just more context about how this information came out. I'm going to start where it says, Miss Mary W. Irvine, a daughter of Dr. Winter, who we've mentioned already, writes from Sharon, Pennsylvania, April 5th, 1881, as follows, so long after the fact. I have frequently heard my father, Dr. Winter, speak of Rigdon having Spalding's manuscript, and that he had gotten it from the printers to read it as a curiosity. So that's Patterson and Lambden's printer's shop. He got it and read it as a curiosity. Rigdon really liked to read. As such, he showed it to my father, and that at that time Rigdon had no intention of making the use of it that he afterwards did. For father always said that Rigdon helped Smith in his scheme by revising and making the Mormon Bible out of Reverend Spalding's manuscript. All right, so from the same source here, Robert Patterson Jr., Reverend Adoniram Judson Bonsall, pastor of the Baptist Church at Rochester, Pennsylvania, and a stepson of Dr. Winter, authorizes publication of the statement that he repeatedly heard Dr. Winter say that Rigdon had shown him the Spalding manuscript romance purporting to be the history of the American Indians, which manuscript he had received from the printers. In other words, Patterson and Lambden printers. So, interesting account. All right, another statement here from Mary W. Irvine, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 1887, so long after the fact. This can be found in Arthur B. Deming's book, Naked Truths About Mormonism, 1888, but that wasn't released until a long time after that. Anyway, the statement here from Mary W. Irvine. Mr. Arthur B. Deming, sir, your letter of November I received 2 days since. My father left no papers on the subject, but I distinctly recall or recollect him saying that Sidney Rigdon showed him the Spalding manuscript as a literary curiosity left in the office to be published if it was thought it would pay. When father saw the Book of Mormon, he said that it was Rigdon's work or he had a hand in it. I do not remember his words entirely. So many years have elapsed, but that was the import. Yeah, a lot of years. 1887 here. Okay, another account by Miss Amos Dunlap, a.k.a. Amarilla Brooks Dunlap, of Warren, Ohio, December 7, 1879. So a late account again. This is also in Robert Patterson Jr.'s book, History of Washington County, Pennsylvania. Boyd Crumrine, editor, 1882. When I was quite a child, I visited Mr. Rigdon's family. He married my aunt. They at that time lived in Bainbridge, Ohio. During my visit, Mr. Rigdon went to his bedroom and took from a trunk, which he kept locked, a certain manuscript. He came out into the other room and seated himself by the fireplace and commenced reading it. His wife at that moment came into the room and exclaimed, "What? You're studying that thing again?" or something to that effect. She then added, "I mean to burn that paper." And he said, "Oh, no, indeed, you will not. This will be a great thing someday." So what was that manuscript? He kept it locked. Seemed to be quite fascinated by it. Maybe it was the manuscript of Solomon Spalding, manuscript found. Whenever he was reading this, he was so completely occupied that he seemed entirely unconscious of anything passing around him. All right, another account from a Frederick A. Henry in Bainbridge, Ohio. He was a neighbor of Rigdon in Bainbridge, in a book called Captain Henry of Cayuga, 1942, recalling an event that happened in 1825, 1826. Among the many disciples of Christ, or Campbellites, on the Western Reserve who were attracted for a season into the Mormon fold, Sidney Rigdon stood easily first. He was ambitious, erratic, and eloquent, but not over-scrupulous, so maybe didn't have the greatest moral compass. He became at once the brains of Mormondom. Grandfather John Henry maintained that he probably compiled the Book of Mormon while he was sojourning one winter in Bainbridge around 1825, 1826. In his quarters south of the center, he seemed always to be writing, sometimes far into the night. And though he received courteously all who called, he would first lift the lid of his desk and lock his mysterious manuscript away therein before admitting them. So again, another account of him keeping this manuscript locked away. Okay, an account here from George Wilbur in the Cleveland Leader and Morning Herald newspaper, 1886. Rigdon did not preach that winter, but was almost constantly engaged upon a manuscript that he was writing or revising. Rigdon had before that time been free and communicative, especially upon religious topics. He now appeared reserved and at times reticent. So Rigdon constantly engaged in writing a manuscript and revising it. What manuscript was it? All right, some more biographical information about Sidney Rigdon. This comes from A.W. Cowles in the Moore's Rural New Yorker newspaper, 1869. So a little earlier, but still kind of a late account. At least it's not in the 1880s. He, Rigdon, found what seemed to him a perfect paradise of books and intellectual companionship. He found in himself an insatiable thirst for reading. He read history, divinity, and general literature without much method or aim, except to gratify his intense love of reading. He gave great attention to the Bible and made himself very familiar with all parts of it, that is, the Bible. So, what kind of a person is more likely to write the Book of Mormon? Somebody that reads history, divinity, general literature, and the Bible? Or a person like Joseph Smith, didn't have that great of an education, wasn't a big reader? Could have been somebody like Rigdon. Okay, so A.W. Cowles continues. He is a D.D. Is that a doctorate of divinity? Maybe a preacher. Same source here. He, Rigdon, readily committed to memory and thus stored up large portions of the most attractive portions of the Bible. Maybe Joseph Smith could do that too. He can memorize large portions, then dictate. This extraordinary love of serious learning and remarkable aptness in the study of Scripture very naturally suggested to his own mind and to others the idea of his becoming a preacher. He became licensed according to the custom of the Baptists, that he might prove his gifts and try his calling. And of course, Rigdon did go on to become a preacher. He was a preacher with the Campbellites, with Alexander Campbell for a time, until they started having disagreements. All right, so did Rigdon ever attempt to write or fabricate a scripture before the Book of Mormon? The answer is yes. This is an account from Walter Scott. He's pictured above. A reply to a series of iniquitous letters to Alexander Campbell, Pittsburgh, 1824. So this is an early account. This is what historians like to see. The earlier, the closer to the events, the better. Pittsburgh account, 1824. In 1824, Sidney Rigdon likely fabricated the third epistle of Peter, a small work of pseudo-scripture that by its own account was found with other old manuscripts among the ruins of an ancient city by a miserable wandering monk. And then it was translated into English by an unknown translator. So interesting. Rigdon had tried his abilities at fabricating scripture with the third epistle of Peter. Alexander Campbell did too. He came up with a new translation of the New Testament. All right, so let's read some statements from Eber D. Howe's book, Mormonism Unveiled, 1834. So a very early account, only 4 years after the Book of Mormon was published. We're going to get to all the affidavits that are in that book in a minute. This is just more general information from Howe's book. So Mr. Patterson says, however, that many manuscripts, books, and pamphlets were brought to the office about that time, which remained upon the shelves for years without being printed or even examined. So Spalding's manuscript was probably one of those. Okay, also from Howe. Now, as Spalding's book can nowhere be found or anything heard of it after being carried to this establishment, Patterson's print shop, there is the strongest presumption that it remained there in seclusion until about the year 1823 or 1824, at which time Sidney Rigdon located himself in that city, Pittsburgh. We know that Rigdon was there as early as 1816. All right, some information from Richard Van Wagner, again from his book, Sidney Rigdon, A Portrait of Religious Excess. Sidney Rigdon began as a pastor of the First Baptist Church of Pittsburgh on January 28, 1822. He remained in the area working as a tanner until his move to Bainbridge, Ohio in December of 1825. So maybe that manuscript of Spalding's was sitting on that shelf all the way up to 1822. He could have got it in 1816. All right, Howe continues. We have been credibly informed that Rigdon was on terms of intimacy with Lambton, being seen frequently in his shop. Rigdon resided in Pittsburgh about 3 years, and during the whole of that time, as he has since frequently asserted, he abandoned preaching and all other employment for the purpose of studying the Bible. So this is an early account, 1834, so we like to see that. On terms of intimacy with Lambton, who was in that shop, this agrees with the statement from Rebecca, with the statement of Rebecca Eichbaum, if you remember that one. All right, Howe says that Rigdon obtained the manuscript found of Spalding and embellished, altered, and added to it as he might think expedient. And above we have a timeline here of Sidney Rigdon, born in 1790, reportedly obtains the copy of Spalding's manuscript found around 1816, works as a tanner around 1820 or maybe a little earlier. He was a Baptist Campbellite preacher in Pennsylvania, Ohio. 1831 to 1839, he was co-equal with Smith. We had mentioned that already. 1840, he is ordained a prophet, seer, and revelator. We're going to talk about that more, I think. Joseph Smith is murdered around, 1844. And Rigdon is rejected as guardian of the church, so he couldn't take over the church. So he becomes prophet of his own Mormon Church of Christ. So he had aspirations to control the Mormon Church, and then he started his own church, the Church of Christ in Pennsylvania, becomes the prophet of the Rigdonites in New York around the 1860s, induces 3 followers to write Rigdon's appeal. We're going to read a good chunk of that. Then Rigdon dies, around 1875. All right, from the same source here, Howe, 1834. It may be observed also that about the time Rigdon left Pittsburgh, the Smith family began to tell about finding a book that would contain a history of the first inhabitants of America. All right, Howe continues. And where could a more suitable character be found than Joe Smith, whose necromantic fame and arts of deception had already extended to a considerable distance? So Rigdon was associated with Patterson and Lambton. He kind of had to separate himself from them because there were witnesses that he was hanging around that post office. If that's where he got the manuscript from Solomon Spalding, there would be witnesses to that. So maybe he was thinking, well, I'll find this seer, this necromantic person, this Joseph Smith, and he will pretend to dictate it and kind of get some distance from Pittsburgh. And then we'll kind of lead the church together. Joseph Smith being the prophet and the seer, the translator, and then Sidney Rigdon, kind of a co-equal, a preacher, a spokesman, and also he was ordained a prophet, seer, and revelator as well. So about this time, Joseph Smith would have been 20 years old, so he was very young. Rigdon was considerably older at this time. I think back to when I was 20, there's no possible way I could have dictated the Book of Mormon, such a complex book. I'm not saying it's impossible. There are savants out there who can memorize a lot of things, that have photographic memories, that have great imaginations. But 20 years old and uneducated, pretty tall task. All right, so at this time, shortly before the publication of the Book of Mormon, Sidney Rigdon was a preacher. He had his own congregation of nearly 100 people. And this is what Howe says. Rigdon had prepared the minds in a great measure of nearly 100 of those who had attended his ministration to be in readiness to embrace the first mysterious ism that should be presented. In other words, Mormonism and the Book of Mormon. Rigdon was preparing the minds of his congregation, at least 100 people, maybe more, to accept this Book of Mormon and this Mormonism that was to come. And we're going to have several more statements and accounts showing that. All right, Howe continues, we therefore must hold out Sidney Rigdon to the world as being the original author and proprietor of the whole Mormon conspiracy. On the title page of the original 1830 Book of Mormon, it says that Joseph Smith Jr. is the author and proprietor. Not sure why they put that. They didn't need that whole thing for the copyright. I think they only needed to put down proprietor. Maybe it was to get the heat off of Sidney Rigdon, saying, yeah, Joseph Smith is the author and proprietor, not Sidney Rigdon. All right, let's go to a different book. This one is by Pomeroy Tucker, The Origin, Rise, and Progress of Mormonism, 1867. In there, they have a story. It says, this review comes down to the summer of 1827. A mysterious stranger now appears at Joseph Smith's residence and holds private interviews with the far-famed money digger Joseph Smith. So who was this mysterious stranger coming in around 1827? For a considerable length of time, no intimation of the name or purpose of this personage transpired to the public, nor even to Smith's nearest neighbors. So for a period of time, people didn't know who it was. Okay, Tucker continues. It was observed by some of them that his visits were frequently repeated. The mysterious stranger. The sequel of these private interviews between the stranger and the money digger will sufficiently appear hereafter. All right, same source here. The reappearance in July of 1828 of the mysterious stranger at Joseph Smith's was again the subject of inquiry and conjecture by observers, from whom was withheld from whom was withheld all explanation of his identity or purpose. Okay, the stranger before spoken of had again been seen at Joseph Smith's in July of 1828, and the prophet had been away from home, maybe to repay the former's visits. All right, so who was this mysterious stranger? Well, Pomeroy Tucker tells us that it was Sidney Rigdon. He says Sidney Rigdon had played his part in the background, and his occasional visits at Joseph Smith's residence in 1827 had been noticed by uninitiated observers as those of the mysterious stranger. It had been his policy to remain in concealment until all things should be in readiness for blowing the trumpet of the new gospel. So this is important because apologists and the church say that Sidney Rigdon and Joseph Smith did not know each other before 1830, before the Book of Mormon was published. But according to Pomeroy Tucker, Sidney Rigdon was making visits to Joseph Smith as early as 1827. Okay, there's another source here that verifies this same thing. This is an interview with Lorenzo Saunders by William H. Kelly in 1884. I believe Saunders was a neighbor of Joseph Smith. Question: did you ever see Sidney Rigdon in the neighborhood where you lived previous to 1830? Answer: yes, in March of 1827. So same thing as what Pomeroy Tucker was saying. I went over to Joe Smith's to eat sugar, and as I went over, I saw about 20 rods from his house 5 or 6 men standing and talking. One was well dressed. So he remembers going over to Joe Smith's to eat sugar. Was he eating sugar cane? Was he eating maple syrup? I'm not sure. All right, the account continues from Lorenzo Saunders. Question: did you know their names? Answer: yes. They stood 10 rods from the road. When I got to the house, Samuel Harrison Smith told me that it was Sidney Rigdon. That is, the well-dressed man was Sidney Rigdon, according to Saunders. Samuel Harrison Smith was a younger brother of Joseph Smith. Okay, the account continues. Question: did you see him, Rigdon, after that, previous to 1830? Answer: yes. I saw him in the fall, just before Joseph Smith went to Pennsylvania in 1827. Peter Ingersoll and I met him, Rigdon, in the road between Palmyra and the Ingersolls. I never saw him any more until he came to Palmyra to preach the Mormon Bible. So were Sidney Rigdon and Joseph Smith in cahoots around this time frame, 1827, before the Book of Mormon came out? All right, the account continues. Question: was Peter Ingersoll and Samuel Lawrence acquainted with Sidney Rigdon? Answer: yes. They were both acquainted with Rigdon in 1827. Samuel Lawrence took Joseph Smith over into Pennsylvania and gave him a better education. All right, same information in a different source. This is in Wilhelm Ritter von Weymettel's book, Joseph Smith, the Prophet, His Family and Friends. I think it also has another title, Mormon Portraits, maybe. Statement here from Abel D. Chase in 1879. During some of my visits at the Smiths, I saw a stranger there who they said was Mr. Rigdon. He was at Joseph Smith several times, and it was in the year of 1827 when I first saw him there. All right, same information in a different source. Anna Ruth Eaton, The Origin of Mormonism, 1881. Early in the summer of 1827, a mysterious stranger seeks admittance to Joe Smith's cabin. The conferences of the two are most private. This person whose coming immediately preceded a new departure in the faith was Sidney Rigdon. So this mysterious stranger coming in 1827 was Sidney Rigdon, according to Anne Ruth Eaton. All right, Anna continues. Now we have a literary genius behind the screen. Sidney Rigdon was versatile in his gifts, had a taste for theological and scientific discussion, was shrewd, wily, and deep, and withal utterly unprincipled, so didn't have a good moral base. Soon after his appearance on the stage, Mormonism begins to assume a local habitation and a name. All right, a statement from Darwin Atwater, a patriarch in the disciple church at Mantua. This is in Amos S. Hayden's book, History of the Disciples in the Western Reserve, Ohio, 1875. Darwin says that he, Rigdon, knew before of the coming of the Book of Mormon is to me certain. Rigdon knew of it before it was published. From what he said, the first of his visits to my father's some years before, at about the close of January 1827, visiting Darwin Atwater's father. He gave a wonderful description of the mounds and other antiquities found in some parts of America and said they must have been made by the Aborigines. That's what Rigdon said, according to Darwin. He said there was a book to be published containing an account of those things, the mounds and antiquities in ancient America. He spoke of these in his eloquent, enthusiastic style as being a thing most extraordinary. All right, another account here by Reverend Samuel Williams in Mormonism Exposed 1842, so a much earlier source. He says, Parley P. Pratt's conversion was so easy, as well as that of Sidney Rigdon to Mormonism, very easy conversion, that the whole affair plainly showed that Rigdon ascertained through Pratt, Harris, and company that Joseph Smith was bold enough in sin and cunning enough in the arts of deception to answer his purpose. So Rigdon was going to use Smith, to be the translator, the seer. All right, the Reverend Samuel Williams continues. He's pictured above. The whole matter was arranged before the Golden Bible ever made its appearance in Kirtland, Ohio. The whole thing was arranged. Joseph Smith never dreamed of the Book of Mormon until brought to him from Sidney Rigdon. Sidney Rigdon was the one that brought Joseph Smith the Book of Mormon, according to Samuel Williams. All right, a very interesting revelation given to Joseph Smith. This is in the Book of Commandments, section 4, verses 2 through 4. Given in March of 1829. Book of Commandments. This passage was changed, though, in the 1835 edition of the Doctrine and Covenants, and, of course, in the current edition of the Doctrine and Covenants, you can find this passage, D&C 5, 2 through 4 in the current D&C. Says, I, the Lord, am God, and I have given these things unto my servant Joseph, and I have commanded him that he should stand as a witness of these things. Nevertheless, I have caused him that he should enter into a covenant with me, that he should not show them except I command him, and he has no power over them except I grant it unto him, and he has a gift to translate the book, and I have commanded him that he shall pretend to no other gift, for I will grant him no other gift. His only gift, his only purpose was to translate the Book of Mormon. Was this Sidney Rigdon writing this getting this revelation in the Book of Commandments and kind of outlining Joseph Smith's role in bringing forth the Book of Mormon. He was to translate it and have no other gift. He wasn't to be a prophet, just a seer and a translator. Well, like I said, this passage was changed. All right, so like I said, this passage or this scripture was changed in D&C, the 1835 edition. If you look in that edition, it's D&C 32:4. Current D&C is section 5, 2 through 4. So it says, "And you have a gift to translate the plates, and this is the first gift that I bestow upon you." So in the prior scripture, he had only one gift, that was to translate. In 1835 edition, the gift to translate was the first gift, and then he could receive more gifts. So what changed here between 1829 and 1835? Was Joseph Smith kind of arguing for more authority, kind of going against what Sidney Rigdon wanted him to be, just a seer and a translator? Now he's going to have other gifts, maybe the gift of being a prophet or the gift of prophecy. "And I have commanded that you should pretend to no other gift until my purpose is fulfilled in this, for I will grant unto you no other gift until it is finished." But when it's finished, I guess when the translation is finished, then he can have other gifts. All right, and Dr. Craig Criddle made a comment about this. He said, "If Joseph Smith was the sole author and mastermind behind the new church, why would he limit his own authority to translation?" Doesn't make sense, right? If it was his baby, his Book of Mormon, his church, why would he limit his authority to translation only and to have no other gifts? It doesn't make sense. It seems more plausible that somebody was attempting to rein him in, and these early revelations, 1829, even before the Book of Mormon came out, these early revelations were attempts to do just that, rein him in by somebody above him. All right, so Sidney Rigdon went on to lead his own church. Here is an appeal to the Latter-day Saints. I guess when Sidney Rigdon was running his own church in Philadelphia in 1863, most of this appeal was probably written by Sidney Rigdon, but Joseph H. Newton and William Richards and William Stanley's names are also on it as authors. It says, "The Lord had said in the Book of Mormon that he would raise up to Joseph Smith a spokesman, and the Spirit said in the Book of Doctrine and Covenants that Sidney Rigdon was that spokesman. The case then stands thus. Joseph Smith was to translate the Book of Mormon, and Sidney Rigdon was to take it and gather Israel." So very interesting. Rigdon is making an appeal to the Latter-day Saints to get some of those members to come over to his church here in 1863. And he says Joseph Smith's role was to translate the Book of Mormon, just as it said in the Book of Commandments. Very interesting. And then Sidney Rigdon was to take it, the Book of Mormon, and gather Israel and be the spokesman for the church. All right, same source here, an appeal to the Latter-day Saints. "The Spirit said that the Lord would raise up a spokesman to Joseph Smith, and Joseph Smith said that Sidney Rigdon was that spokesman." Also, per this appeal to the Latter-day Saints, Rigdon was going to gather Israel, which we already mentioned, establish Zion, and prepare the way for Christ's second coming. All right, so we can look in the Book of Mormon. In 2 Nephi chapter 3, it talks about having a spokesman. It says, "And the Lord hath said, I will raise up a Moses," maybe that was Joseph Smith, "and I will give power unto him in a rod, and I will give judgment unto him in writing." maybe translating. I will give judgment unto him in writing or translating. Yet I will not loose his tongue that he shall speak much, for I will not make him mighty in speaking. What is this, Joseph Smith? Not going to have his tongue loosed, and he would not be mighty in speaking, like Sidney Rigdon would be. But I will write unto him my law by the finger of mine own hand, and I will make a spokesman for him. So if this Moses character is Joseph Smith, maybe the spokesman to this Moses or to this Joseph Smith was Sidney Rigdon. All right, an account here from Dr. Storm Rosa, an 1841 letter to Reverend John Hall of Ashtabula. You can find this in John A. Clark's book, I believe that we already mentioned. So 1841 account, pretty early. He says, in the early part of the year 1830, I was in the company with Sidney Rigdon and rode with him on horseback for a few miles. He remarked to me that it was time for a new religion to spring up, that mankind were all right and ready for it. So in the early part of 1830, he's saying, oh, there's going to be a new religion springing up. The Book of Mormon was published in March of 1830, so this was probably just a little bit before March of 1830 that he's making this statement. All right, another statement here from Adamson Bentley, January 22, 1841, letter to Walter Scott in the Evangelist. So another pretty early account. He says, I know that Sidney Rigdon told me that there was a book coming out, the manuscript of which had been found engraved on golden plates, as much as 2 years before the Mormon book made its appearance in this country or had been heard of by me. Sidney Rigdon told this Adamson Bentley that there was a book coming out 2 years before the Book of Mormon made its appearance. And he said that it was a manuscript found engraved on golden plates. So that's pretty interesting. All right, another account about this Adamson Bentley when he was riding with Sidney Rigdon on their horses. This account is from Thomas Clapp. It can be found in Wilhelm Weil's book. Clapp was a deacon in Rigdon's church. He says, Elder Adamson Bentley told me that as he was one day riding with Sidney Rigdon on their horses and conversing upon the Bible, Mr. Rigdon told him that another book of equal authority with the Bible, as well authenticated and as ancient, which would give an account of the history of the Indian tribes on this continent, with many other things of great importance to the world, would soon be published. This was before Mormonism was ever heard of in Ohio, and when it appeared, the avidity with which Rigdon received it convinced him that if Rigdon was not the author of it, the Book of Mormon, he was at least acquainted with the whole matter some time before it was published to the world. So, interesting. All right, another account here from John Rudolph, 1881 statement in Clark Braden and Edwin L. Kelly's public discussion of the issues between the RLDS and the Church of Christ Disciples. You can see the title page of this pamphlet or book, and then you can see pictures here of Clark Braden and Edwin Kelly. They say, John Rudolph said, for 2 years before the Book of Mormon appeared, Rigdon's sermons were full of declarations and prophecies that the age of miracles would be restored, and more complete revelations than those in the Bible would be given. For 2 years before the Book of Mormon came out. When the Book of Mormon appeared, all who heard him were satisfied that he had referred to it 2 years earlier. All right, statement here from Reuben P. Harmon in March of 1885. So these statements in the 1880s are, they're very late statements. But, they point out some details, so I don't know. Maybe their memory is okay. Maybe it's not. The source for this is Arthur B. Deming's Naked Truths About Mormonism, 1888. All right, so Reuben says, my parents came to Ohio from Vermont in 1815. I resided in Kirtland when the Mormons first arrived. I was personally acquainted with Rigdon. I have heard him several times say in his sermons that before long the Indian mounds and forts about there would all be explained. All right, back to the Braden and Kelly public discussion of the issues between the RLDS and the Church of Christ disciples. This is a statement from Alman B. Green in 1884. Alman says, in the annual meeting of the Mahoning Association held in Austintown in August of 1830, about 2 months before Sidney Rigdon's professed conversion to Mormonism, Rigdon preached Saturday afternoon. So about two months before Sidney Rigdon became Mormon. He had much to say about a full and complete restoration of the ancient gospel. He spoke in his flowing style of what the disciples had accomplished, but contended that we had not accomplished a complete restoration of the apostolic Christianity, which of course would be done in Mormonism. He contended that such restoration must include community of goods, holding all in common stock, which is something they did in the early Mormon church. The United Order, they called it, right? It's kind of a form of communism or socialism. And that there would be a restoration of the spiritual gifts of the apostolic age, because Rigdon was really into that. He promised that although we had not come up to the apostolic plan in full yet, as we were in proving God, it would soon give us a new and fuller revelation of his will. After the Book of Mormon had been read by many who heard Rigdon on that occasion, they were perfectly satisfied that Rigdon knew all about the Book of Mormon when he preached that sermon. Rigdon's sermon was most thoroughly refuted by Brother Campbell, which very much offended Rigdon. All right, so what is the official story given to us by the LDS Church? Well, we can read Times and Seasons, August 15, 1843. It says, in the fall of 1830, the first house at which they called when they were on a mission, I think Parley P. Pratt, the first house at which they called was Elder Rigdon's. And after the usual salutations, they presented him with the Book of Mormon, stating that it was a revelation from God, this being the first time that he had ever heard of or seen the Book of Mormon. He felt very much prejudiced at the assertion. All right, the story continues here in the Times and Seasons. Parley P. Pratt and Oliver Cowdery expressed a desire to lay the subject of Mormonism before the people, and requested the privilege of preaching in Elder Rigdon's church, to which he readily consented. Kind of weird, huh? You got a couple Mormon missionaries coming through. Hey, can we preach to your whole congregation? Rigdon readily consented. This according to a church newspaper, Times and Seasons. Little odd, I think. The appointment was accordingly published, and a large and respectable congregation was assembled. All right, the account continues. At the conclusion, Elder Rigdon arose and stated to the congregation that the information that they had that evening received as of an extraordinary character, and certainly demanded their most serious consideration. Well, that was quick, huh? What these Mormons are saying demands your serious consideration. And as the apostle advised his brethren to prove all things and hold fast that which is good, so he would exhort his brethren to do likewise. All right, so Rigdon said that they should give the matter a careful investigation and not turn against it without being fully convinced of its being an imposition, lest they should possibly resist the truth. So Rigdon pretty quickly became enamored with Mormonism. Rigdon was baptized just 11 days later by Oliver Cowdery. All right, so after Sidney Rigdon became a member of the Mormon Church, there was kind of a power struggle between him and Joseph Smith. They would kind of have a tug of war back and forth, but they would share power and kind of be co-presidents. On this slide, we have a revelation given to Oliver Cowdery in 1830, September 1830. And it says, "Nobody shall be appointed to receive commandments and revelations in this church, excepting my servant Joseph Smith, for he receiveth them even as Moses." So Joseph Smith trying to take some control and power over the church right now, saying that only he could get revelation. All right, a statement again by Dr. Craig Criddle. He says, early in December of 1830, Rigdon met with Joseph Smith near Waterloo, New York, and they immediately began to translate the Book of Moses and to create the inspired version of the Bible. So not too long after the Book of Mormon comes out, they start working on the inspired version of the Bible, or the Joseph Smith translation of the Bible, the JST. Everything after the first 30 pages is recorded in Rigdon's handwriting, and it's generally believed that Sidney Rigdon had quite a bit to do with writing this new translation. All right, so who gave the first public Mormon sermons? You would think it would be Joseph Smith, right? Wrong. It was Sidney Rigdon. Late in December of 1830, Rigdon gave the first public Mormon sermons in Palmyra and Canandaigua, New York. Is that how you say that? Canandaigua. Rigdon gave the first public Mormon sermons. Interesting. All right, a little story here from David Whitmer, one of the 3 witnesses to the Golden Plates. His famous pamphlet or book, Address to All Believers in Christ, which came out in 1887. He's thinking back to a time in February of 1831 where Brother Joseph came to Kirtland, Ohio, where Rigdon was. Rigdon was a thorough Bible scholar, says Whitmer, a man of fine education and a powerful orator. He soon worked himself deep into Brother Joseph's affections and had more influence over him than any other man living. Interesting. So, did he work his way in after he became a member, or was there something going on before Rigdon officially became a member? All right, David Whitmer continues. Rigdon was Brother Joseph Smith's private counselor and his most intimate friend and brother for some time after they had met. Brother Joseph rejoiced, believing that the Lord had sent to him this great and mighty man, Sidney Rigdon, to help him in the work. All right, Whitmer continues here. In Kirtland, Ohio in 1831, Rigdon would expound the Old Testament scriptures of the Bible and the Book of Mormon in his way to Joseph Smith concerning the priesthood, the high priests, etc., and would persuade Brother Joseph to inquire of the Lord about this doctrine and that doctrine, and of course a revelation would always come just as they desired it. Working together? Maybe. All right, Whitmer continues. Through the influence of Sidney Rigdon, Brother Joseph was led on and on into receiving revelations every year to establish offices and doctrines through the influence of Sidney Rigdon. All right, we're trying to go in chronological order for a little bit here. This is an important account in the Cleveland Advertiser, February 15, 1831. So the Book of Mormon had been published less than a year, and this came out in the Cleveland Advertiser. It says, Sidney Rigdon was formerly a disciple of Campbell's, that's Alexander Campbell, and who it is said was sent out to make proselytes, but it is probable that he thought he should find it more advantageous to operate on his own capital, and therefore wrote, as it is believed, the Book of Mormon, and commenced his pilgrimage in the town of Kirtland, Ohio, which was represented as one of the extreme points of the Holy Land, that according to Mormonism. So the Book of Mormon, hot off the press, less than a year out, and people are already accusing Sidney Rigdon as the one who wrote it. All right, a few months later, we have another person accusing Sidney Rigdon. This is James Gordon Bennett, pictured above in his diary, August 7th, 1831. He was a newspaper publisher in New York. He says, Henry Rigdon, and he means Sidney Rigdon, a parson in general, smart fellow. He is the author of the Bible, and by Bible he means Mormon Bible / Book of Mormon. Henry Rigdon, or Sidney Rigdon, is the author of the Book of Mormon, August 7th, 1831. All right, less than a month later, August 31st, 1831, we have another story of Sidney Rigdon. I'm talking about him being a money digger around the time period of 1827, or prior to 1827, working with the Smith family as a money digger. You never hear anything said about Joseph or about Sidney Rigdon being a money digger. But here's an account, and it's an early account from J.W. Webb and M.M. Noah in the newspaper The Morning Courier New York Inquirer, August 31st, 1831. They say, prior to 1827, some person who joined them, that is the Smith family, spoke of a person in Ohio near Painesville who had a particular felicity in finding out the spots of ground where money is hid and riches obtained. Sounds like they're talking about Joseph Smith, right? Nope. They're talking about Sidney Rigdon, which we'll get to in the next slide. He related long stories how this person had much experience in money digging, how he dreamt of the very spots where it could be found. Can we get that man here? Asked the enthusiastic Smith family. The man was Rigdon. To work, the whole money digging crew went to get some money to pay the expenses of bringing on a man who could dream out the exact and particular spots where money in iron chest was hid underground. By hook or by crook, they contrived to scrape together a little bit of change, quote unquote, sufficient to fetch on the money dreamer from Ohio, who supposedly was Rigdon. After the lapse of some weeks, the expedition was completed, and the famous Ohio man made his appearance among them. This is prior to 1827. All right, so the account of Webb and Noah continues. August 31st, 1831. This recruit was the most cunning, intelligent, and odd of the whole. He had been a preacher of almost every religion, a teacher of all sorts of morals. In the course of his experience, he had attended all sorts of camp meetings, prayer meetings, anxious meetings, and revival meetings. Sounds like Rigdon. He knew every turn of the human mind in relation to these matters. He had a superior knowledge of human nature, considerable talent, great plausibility, and knew how to work the passions as exactly as a Cape Cod sailor knows how to work a whale ship. His name, I believe, is Henry Rigdon or Rigdon or some such word. He means Sidney Rigdon. About the time that this person appeared among them, a splendid excavation was begun in a long, narrow hill between Manchester and Palmyra. This hill has since been called by some as the Gold Bible Hill. In the face of this hill, the money diggers renewed their work with fresh ardor, Rigdon partly uniting with them in their operations. So, pretty fascinating. Sidney Rigdon, the money digger, working with the Smiths in this area, this hill between Manchester and Palmyra prior to 1827. All right, so the tug-of-war between Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon continues here in August of 1831. There was a revelation in the Book of Commandments at this time, August 1831. Revelation given in Kirtland, Ohio, to Sidney Rigdon, and it says, I, the Lord, am not pleased with my servant Sidney Rigdon. He exalted himself in his heart. See, he tried to maybe take control of more of the church than Joseph did. And he received not counsel, but grieved the Spirit. Wherefore his writing is not acceptable unto the Lord, and he shall make another. And if the Lord receive it not, behold, he standeth no longer in the office which I have appointed him. Joseph Smith threatening to remove his office and telling him, hey, do not exalt yourself above me. So they're co-equals, but there's kind of this battle going on between them. All right, a story here from a faith-promoting book of the church. The book is entitled Four Faith-Promoting Classics. Came out in 1968. There's a story in there about Sidney Rigdon. It says, at this time, and this would be September 1831, so we're still going in chronological order here, Sidney Rigdon was left to preside at Kirtland, Ohio, and frequently preached to us. Upon one occasion, he said that the keys of the kingdom were taken from us. The keys of the kingdom were taken. They're gone. On hearing this, many of his hearers, many of the people in the congregation, wept. This is according to Philo Dibble in his autobiography that's in this book. All right, Philo Dibble continues here. He's pictured above. The word went abroad among the people immediately that Sidney Rigdon was going to expose Mormonism. What was he going to expose? What secrets did Sidney Rigdon know? Joseph came up to Kirtland a few days afterwards and held a meeting in a large barn because supposedly, the keys of the kingdom are gone. Nearly all of the inhabitants of Kirtland turned out to hear him. And I remember a lot of these people were in Sidney Rigdon's congregation before he converted to Mormonism. All right, so Philo Dibble's story continues here. Joseph Smith arose in our midst and spoke in mighty power, saying, I can contend with wicked men and devils, yes, with angels. No power can pluck those keys from me, except the power that gave them to me. So he's contradicting Sidney Rigdon. He's saying, no, Sidney Rigdon doesn't know what he's talking about. We haven't lost the keys. No power can take them from me. That they were given to me by Peter, James, and John. They're the only ones that can take the keys from him because those are the ones who gave them to him. But for what Sidney Rigdon has done, the devil shall handle him as one man handles another. And then on the next slide, we're going to see how Sidney Rigdon was handled. All right, so what happened to Sidney Rigdon? Joseph Smith said he's going to be handled as one man handles another. Okay, remember this is a faith-promoting story. It may not be exactly as as it is stated here. So they said about 3 weeks after this, Sidney Rigdon was lying on his bed alone. An unseen power lifted him from his bed, threw him across the room, and tossed him from one side of the room to another. Now, I don't believe in the devil. I don't believe it was some kind of demon throwing Sidney Rigdon against the wall. It was probably a man, and Joseph Smith said a man was going to deal with Sidney. The noise being heard in the adjoining room, his family went in to see what was the matter and found him going from one side of the room to the other, from the effects of which Sidney was laid up for 5 or 6 weeks. So maybe the story got twisted around a bit. Maybe Joseph Smith sent somebody in there to beat the crap out of him. Laid him up for 5 or 6 weeks. Maybe it was Joseph Smith himself. And then they kind of twisted it around into a faith-promoting story. After all, the book is for faith-promoting classics. This was Joseph Smith's prediction in regard to him, and thus it was verified. All right, still moving along here in chronological order. This is another story from Philo-Dibble. Now we're at February 16, 1832. Philo says, the vision which is recorded in the Book of Doctrine and Covenants, section 76, was given at the house of Father Johnson in Hiram, Ohio, and during the time that Joseph and Sidney were in the Spirit and saw the heavens open, I, Philo-Dibble, saw the glory and felt the power, but I did not see the vision. Joseph would at intervals say, "What do I see?" as one might say while looking out the window. And beholding what all in the room could not see, then he would relate what he had seen or what he was looking at, and then Sidney would reply and say, "I see the same." So Joseph would have this amazing vision. Sidney would say, "Oh yeah, I see it. I see the same." But the others in the room couldn't see anything. Presently, Sidney would say, "What do I see?" and would repeat what he had seen or was seen, and then Joseph would reply, "Oh, I see the same." So they're in cahoots here in this story. They're both pretending to see the same things. All right, so we're now at March 8, 1832, marching along here in the chronology. At this time, Sidney Rigdon was appointed second counselor in the first presidency in the Church of Christ, Latter-day Saints. That was the name of the church. Okay, so the tug-of-war continues. On July 5th, 1832, Sidney Rigdon tried unsuccessfully to seize control of the church, saying that he had received a revelation from the Lord that the kingdom had been taken from the church and left with him. So it's similar to saying, "Oh, the keys are gone. The keys have been taken." Now he's saying the kingdom is gone and it has left with Sidney Rigdon. At this time, Joseph Smith and the other general authorities disfellowshipped Rigdon, but he was still part of the church. On July 28, 1832, Rigdon was reordained a high priest after he had repented like Peter of old. So Joseph Smith and the other general authorities bring him back in. And this is going to be a pattern. I think it happens a couple of times. He gets in trouble, but then they bring him back in. All right, so less than a year later, on March 18, 1833, Sidney Rigdon is appointed first counselor in the first presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This was a position that Rigdon held for about 11 years. All right, so then a revelation given to Sidney in August 12th, 1833. Remember how in the Book of Mormon it said that there would be a spokesman given unto the seer and translator? Well, guess who gets called as a spokesman in this revelation? It says, "And it is expedient in me that you, my servant Sidney, who should be a spokesman unto this people." This is in the Doctrine and Covenants. "Yea, verily, I will ordain you unto this calling, even to be a spokesman unto my servant Joseph." Why does Joseph need a spokesman? He's the prophet, right? Kind of weird. "And I will give unto him power to be mighty in testimony, and will give unto thee power to be mighty in expounding all scriptures." Now, that's pretty good, right? A spokesman who can expound all scriptures, that thou mayest be a spokesman unto him Joseph, and he shall be a revelator unto thee. All right, let's get to Dr. Philastus Hurlbut. There's an article in the Wayne Sentinel in Palmyra, December 20, 1833, still going along in chronological order here. "The Mormon Mystery Developed." Dr. P. Hurlbut of Kirtland, Ohio, who has been engaged for some time in different parts of this state, but chiefly in this neighborhood in Palmyra, on behalf of his fellow townsmen, in the pursuit of facts and information concerning the origin and design of the Book of Mormon. All right, Hurlbut requests us to say that he has succeeded in accomplishing the object of his mission, and that an authentic history of the whole affair will shortly be given to the public. The original manuscript of the Book of Mormon was written some 30 years since by a respectable clergyman, now deceased, whose name we are not permitted to give. So remember, this is December 20, 1833, still pretty early, an early account. Who was this respectable clergyman? Well, it was Solomon Spalding, now deceased, died in 1816. Didn't want to give the name at this time. Okay, it was designed to be published as a romance, but the author died soon after it was written. It's 1816. And hence the plan failed. The pretended religious character of the work has been superadded by some more modern hand, believed to be the notorious Sidney Rigdon. So Solomon Spalding's manuscript was mostly just history, and Sidney Rigdon added the religious parts. These particulars have been derived by Dr. Hurlbut from the widow of the author, the widow of Solomon Spalding, her name was Matilda, of the original manuscript. The particulars have been derived from the widow of the author of the original manuscript. All right. In January 27, 1834, another paper points out Sidney Rigdon as the author of the Book of Mormon. This one in the Pittsburgh Manufacturer, 1834. "Although Joseph Smith signs himself as author and proprietor of the work," that's what it said on the title page of the 1830 edition, a man who a few years since lived in this city of Pittsburgh and was known to many of our citizens under the appellation of Elder Rigdon, is suspected of being the author." So here we go. Another paper pointing to Rigdon as being the author of the Book of Mormon. All right, moving along chronologically here, on April 19, 1834, according to the Joseph Smith history in the josephsmithpapers.org project, those present then laid their hands on the head of Elder Rigdon and confirmed upon him the blessings of wisdom and knowledge to preside over the church in Joseph Smith's absence. So that's interesting. When Joseph Smith's on the run, or he's busy off doing something in another city, another state, Elder Rigdon was set apart to preside over the church. All right, an account here in the Ohio Observer, June 12th, 1834. James Barr Walker in May of 1834, who was the assistant editor of the Ohio Observer, verified statements from Conneaut. He says, one man said he recollected the names of the characters and places, and that in general they remain the same in the Book of Mormon as in the manuscript of Spalding. Names and places, same in Book of Mormon as it is in the Spalding manuscript. He feels not the least hesitation to testifying to this. Okay, so Walker continues, indeed, the resemblance is so striking that it was detected the first evening the Mormonites preached in that place, merely from the passages read in the Book of Mormon during the service. There is all the certainty on the subject in the minds of those who have seen the manuscript. Okay, Walker continues, one man especially by the name of Miller, probably John Miller, who worked for Mr. Spalding several weeks, perhaps months, states that the manuscript lay on a shelf in the room where he slept. So this was an employee of Solomon Spalding. Manuscript found supposedly laying around on a shelf where he slept, and that he spent many of his leisure hours in reading it so long as he worked at the house. So, yeah, back here in 1834, there's no radio, no TV, no internet. People read a lot for entertainment. So, interesting account from James Barr Walker here, an early account, June of 1834. All right, we finally got to the affidavits in Eber D. Howe's book, Mormonism Unveiled, 1834. We're 2 hours into this, so this is going to be a long video. But these are the affidavits that were gathered up by Dr. Philastus Hurlbut, then sold to Eber D. Howe and published in Howe's book, Mormonism Unveiled. Some of these are pretty long, but I'm going to read quite a bit of these because it provides a good context, provides biographical information about Spalding. So this first one here is an affidavit of John Spalding, the brother of Solomon Spalding. He was a resident of Crawford County, Pennsylvania. So the brother of Spalding. He says, Solomon Spalding was born in Ashford, Connecticut in 1761, and in his early life, he contracted a taste for literary pursuits. After he left elementary school, he entered the Plainfield Academy, where he made great proficiency in study and excelled most of his classmates. So he was a really good student. He next commenced the study of law in Windham County, in which he made little progress, having in the meantime turned his attention to religious subjects. He soon after entered Dartmouth College, pretty good college, I guess. It's now an Ivy League, I believe, with the intention of qualifying himself for the ministry, where he obtained the master's degree of A.M., I guess in theology, and was afterwards regularly ordained, I guess, as a minister. After preaching 3 or 4 years, he gave it up. He removed to Cherry Valley, New York, and commenced the mercantile business in the company with his brother Josiah. In a few years, he failed in business, and in the year of 1809, removed to Conneaut in Ohio. The year following, I removed to Ohio and found him. All right, so John Spalding, the brother of Solomon Spalding, continues. This is 1834. I think these affidavits were taken in 1833. So only a few years after the Book of Mormon had been published, although it's about 20 years since they had read Solomon Spalding's manuscript. So they're remembering way back 20 years ago when they read or heard read Solomon Spalding's manuscript, but it's only a couple of years after the Book of Mormon was published, so they wouldn't have heard anything from the Book of Mormon until 1830. So okay, here we go. John Spalding continues. He says that Solomon Spalding was engaged in building a forge. I, John, made him a visit in about 3 years after he visited him, and found that he had failed and considerably involved in debt. He then told me that he had been writing a book which he intended to have printed, the avails of which he thought would enable him to pay all of his debts. The book was entitled The Manuscript Found. Notice it's not Manuscript Story, Conneaut Creek. It's Manuscript Found, of which he read to me many passages. It was an historical romance of the first settlers of America, endeavoring to show that the American Indians are the descendants of the Jews or the lost tribes. Same as the Book of Mormon, right? It gave a detailed account of their journey from Jerusalem by land and sea until they arrived in America under the command of Nephi and Lehi. Same names as in the Book of Mormon. They afterwards had quarrels and contentions and separated into two distinct nations, one of which he denominated Nephites and the other Lamanites. So again, the manuscript found showing a lot of similarities here with the Book of Mormon. Cruel and bloody wars ensued in which great multitudes were slain. Okay, John Spalding continues. So in the manuscript found, they buried their dead in large heaps, which caused the mounds so common in this country. Their arts, sciences, and civilization were brought into view in order to account for all the curious antiquities found in various parts of North and South America, just like the Book of Mormon. I have recently read the Book of Mormon, and to my great surprise, I find nearly the same historical matter, names, etc., as they were in my brother's writings, in Solomon Spalding's writings. I well remember that he wrote in the old style and commenced about every sentence with "and it came to pass," or "now it came to pass." So Book of Mormon and Manuscript Found both had a lot of "and it came to pass" in it, or the phrase "now it came to pass." The same as in the Book of Mormon. And according to the best of my recollection and belief, it is the same as my brother Solomon wrote, with the exception of the religious matter. So the theory is that Solomon Spalding wrote the historical part of the Book of Mormon, and Sidney Rigdon maybe edited that a bit and then added the religious part to it, maybe with the help of a few other people in a few of the chapters, like the help of Joseph Smith, Parley P. Pratt, Oliver Cowdery, etc. But mostly written by Spalding and Rigdon. Okay. By what means it has fallen into the hands of Joseph Smith Jr., I am unable to determine. All right. So John Spalding, the brother of Solomon Spalding, gave a second affidavit in the American Whig Review, an article entitled "The Yankee Muhammad." This affidavit was given in June of 1851, so quite a bit after the 1834 one, but a lot of the things agree with his earlier affidavit. So John says again, Solomon Spalding was born in Ashford, Connecticut, A.D. 1761. He graduated at Dartmouth College and was afterwards regularly ordained a minister. So he had pretty good education. After preaching 3 or 4 years, he gave up his profession and commenced mercantile business in the partnership with his brother Josiah in Cherry Valley, New York, where he soon failed. In 1809, he removed to Conneaut, Ohio, where he engaged himself in building an iron forge, but in this business also he soon failed. Casting about him for some method of retrieving his losses, he conceived the design of writing a historical romance upon a subject then much mooted in the scientific world, which was the origin of the Indian tribes. This design he carried into execution between 1809 and 1812, and the produce of his labors was a novel entitled The Manuscript Found. So a couple things here. He was trying to make money by writing this novel, Manuscript Found. There is quite a bit of evidence that Joseph Smith and his family also wanted to make money on the Book of Mormon. He says that Solomon wrote Manuscript Found about 1809 to 1812. So about 20 years before the Book of Mormon was published. So John Spalding is remembering back, maybe all the way back to 1810, but maybe the manuscript, was lying around on a shelf for a few years, and he read it a few years after that, or heard it read a few years after that. But roughly, 20 years before the Book of Mormon. Okay, so in Manuscript Found, Lai mentioned that the American continent was colonized by Lehi, same as Book of Mormon, the son of Japheth, who sailed from Chaldea soon after the Great Dispersion, or the Tower of Babel, and landed near the Isthmus of Darien. So he adds a few things, they're not in the Book of Mormon. But there was a group of people who came across the ocean from the Old World around the time of the Great Dispersion, or around the time of the Tower of Babel, and those were the Jaredites. Okay, so John Spalding, the brother of Solomon Spalding, continues. He says, Lehi's descendants, who were styled Jaredites, spread gradually to the north. So still talking about Manuscript Found here. Lehi was the leader of the Jaredites, so a little bit different than in the Book of Mormon. Maybe the plot changed when Sidney Rigdon modified Spalding's manuscript, or maybe John is just not remembering things clearly. Bearing with them the remains of antediluvian science, and building those cities, the ruins of which we see in Central America, and the fortifications which are scattered along the Cordilleras. So that's according to Manuscript Found. Long after this, Nephi of the son of Joseph immigrated to America, so a little bit different, with a large portion of the 10 tribes whom Shalmaneser led away from Palestine and scattered among the Midian cities. The remnant of Joseph was soon after its arrival divided into 2 nations, the Nephites and the Lamanites, so that's the same as the Book of Mormon. These nations made war constantly against each other, and in the year AD 420, a great battle was fought in western New York, which terminated in the destruction of the armies of both the belligerent parties and the annihilation of their power. So that's all very similar to the Book of Mormon. One man only was left. His name was Moroni, the son of Mormon. So that's the same as the Book of Mormon, who hid the records of the Nephites near Conneaut, Ohio, previously at his death. All right, the next affidavit is from Martha Spalding, the wife of John Spalding. Remember, John Spalding was the brother of Solomon Spalding. So this is Martha Spalding's affidavit, wife of John Spalding, resident of Crawford County, Pennsylvania, 1834. Probably given in 1833. Martha says, I was personally acquainted with Solomon Spalding about 20 years ago. So there's that time frame. They were reading or heard read Manuscript Found about 20 years ago from 1833. I was at his house a short time before he left Conneaut. He was then writing a historical novel founded upon the first settlers of America. He represented them as an enlightened and warlike people. He had for many years contended that the Aborigines of America were the descendants of some of the lost tribes of Israel, and this idea he carried out in the book in question, manuscript found. The lapse of time which has intervened, about 20 years, prevents my recollecting but few of the leading incidents of his writings, but the names of Nephi and Lehi are yet fresh in my memory. So she remembers the names of Nephi and Lehi in manuscript found. These two were the principal heroes of the tale. They were officers of the company which first came off from Jerusalem. So that's the same as the Book of Mormon. He gave a particular account of their journey by land and sea until they arrived in America, after which... Okay, so Martha Spalding continues. She says there were disputes arose between the chiefs which caused them to separate into different lands, one group of which was called the Lamanites and one group called the Nephites. So that's both the same, she says, in manuscript found and the Book of Mormon. Between these were recounted tremendous battles which frequently covered the ground with the slain, and their being buried in large heaps was the cause of the numerous mounds in the country. Some of these people he represented as being very large. I have read the Book of Mormon, which has brought fresh to my recollection the writings of Solomon Spalding, and I have no manner of doubt that the historical part of it is the same that I read and heard read more than 20 years ago. The old obsolete style and the phrases of "and it came to pass," etc., are all the same. Same as in manuscript found as in the Book of Mormon. Okay, another affidavit from Henry Lake in September of 1833. Henry Lake was a business partner of Solomon Spalding, and he was a resident of Springfield, Pennsylvania at this time. So he says, this affidavit was given in Conneaut, Ashtabula County, Ohio, September 1833. Henry says that he left the state of New York late in the year 1810 and arrived at this place about the 1st of January following. I guess he's saying that he arrived in Conneaut, Ashtabula County, Ohio. Soon after my arrival, I formed a co-partnership with Solomon Spalding, so they were business partners, for the purpose of rebuilding a forge which he had commenced a year or two before. So that's similar to the other affidavits that we have read so far. He very frequently read to me from a manuscript which he was writing, which he entitled The Manuscript Found, and which he represented as being found in this town. I spent many hours in hearing him read the said writings, and became well acquainted with its contents. He wished me to assist him in getting his production printed, alleging that a book of that kind would meet with a rapid sale. I designed doing so, but the forge not meeting our anticipations, we failed in business, when I declined having anything to do with the publication of the book, manuscript found. So yeah, Spalding was hoping to make money off of this book. Martin Harris tried to sell the Book of Mormon when it first came out, and he said nobody wanted to buy it. So, okay, Henry Lake, business partner of Solomon Spalding, continues. This book, the manuscript found, represented the American Indians as the descendants of the lost tribes, gave an account of their leaving Jerusalem, same as the Book of Mormon, their contentions and wars, which were many and great, same as the Book of Mormon. One time when he was reading to me the tragic account of Laban, I pointed out to him what I considered an inconsistency, which he promised to correct. So he gets the name Laban, both in manuscript found and in the Book of Mormon. But by referring to the Book of Mormon, I find to my surprise that it stands there just as I read it, just as he read it to me then. Some months ago, I borrowed the Golden Bible, put it into my pocket, and carried it home, and thought no more of it. About a week after, my wife found the book in my coat pocket as it hung up, and commenced reading it aloud as I lay upon the bed. So his wife found the book in the pocket of his coat, pulls it out, and starts reading it to Henry. She had not read 20 minutes until I was astonished to find that the same passages were in it that Spalding had read to me more than what? I guess he's going to say more than 20 years ago. Okay, so Henry continues. He said when his wife was reading to him the Book of Mormon on the bed, that they noticed a lot of the same passages that were in the Book of Mormon were also in the manuscript found, which he had heard read about 20 years before. Then Henry says, since that time, I have more fully examined the said Golden Bible and have no hesitation in saying that the historical part of it is principally, if not wholly, taken from the manuscript found. I well recollect telling Mr. Spalding that the so frequent use of the words "and it came to pass," and "now it came to pass," rendered it ridiculous. Both in manuscript found and in the Book of Mormon, they repeat that phrase so many times, "and it came to pass," that it rendered the book ridiculous. Spalding left here in 1812, and I furnished him the means to carry him to Pittsburgh, where he said that he would get the book printed and pay me. And that's supposedly where Sidney Rigdon found the book, in that print shop / post office in Pittsburgh. But I never heard any more from him or his writings till I saw them in the Book of Mormon. Okay, another affidavit given in August of 1833 is by John N. Miller, an employee of Henry Lake and Solomon Spalding in Conneaut, Ohio. So John N. Miller says, in the year 1811, I was in the employ of Henry Lake and Solomon Spalding at Conneaut, engaged in rebuilding a forge. While there, I boarded and lodged in the family of the said Spalding for several months. So he's staying in the same house as living with Solomon Spalding and his family. I was soon introduced to the manuscript of Spalding and perused them as often as I had leisure. He had written 2 or 3 books or pamphlets on different subjects. So there you go. He didn't write just one book. He didn't just write Manuscript Story or Manuscript Found, but he wrote both of those and a bunch of other stuff. He wrote many books and pamphlets. But that which more particularly drew my attention was the one that he called the Manuscript Found. From this, he would frequently read some humorous passages to the company present. That's a little bit weird because we don't really find much humor in the Book of Mormon in the historical parts. It purported to be the history of the first settlement of America before discovered by Columbus. He brought them off from Jerusalem under their leaders, detailing their travels by land and water, their manners, customs, laws, wars, etc. He said that he designed it as a historical novel and that in after years it would be believed by many. Okay, so John Miller continues his affidavit. He says that Solomon Spalding was going to publish this Manuscript Found as a history of the Americas, of the Indians, and that people would believe it as much as they believe the history of England. All right, so he continues. He soon after failed in business, that's Solomon Spalding, and told me that he should retire from the den of his creditors, finish his book, Manuscript Found, and have it published, which would enable him to pay his debts and support his family. He soon after removed to Pittsburgh, as I understand. Of course, that's where Sidney Rigdon supposedly found the manuscript. I have recently examined the Book of Mormon and find in it the writings of Solomon Spalding from beginning to end, but mixed up with scripture and other religious matters, which I did not meet with in the manuscript found. Many of the passages of the Mormon book are verbatim from Spalding and others in part. The names of Nephi, Lehi, Moroni, and in fact all the principal names are brought fresh to my recollection by the Gold Bible. So he's saying in Spalding's manuscript he saw the names, or heard the names, Nephi, Lehi, Moroni, etc. When Spalding divested his history of its fabulous names by a verbal explanation, he landed his people near the Straits of Darien, which I am very confident that he called Zarahemla. Of course, Zarahemla is a city in the Book of Mormon. They were marched about that country for a length of time in which wars and great bloodshed ensued. He brought them across North America in a northeast direction. Okay, another affidavit in August of 1833 from Aaron Wright. He was a justice of the peace, and he was also an acquaintance and employee of Solomon Spalding in Conneaut, Ohio. So Aaron says, I first became acquainted with Solomon Spalding in 1808 or 1809 when he commenced building a forge on Conneaut Creek. When at his house one day, he showed and read to me a history that he was writing of the lost tribes of Israel, purporting that they were the first settlers of America and that the Indians were their descendants. So there's a lot of similarities between all of these affidavits collected by Hurlbut. Some would say that there's too much similarity, but then if there's not similarity and there's all kinds of contradictions, people are going to say, oh, look, the affidavits don't match each other. They totally contradict each other. So how much similarity is the right amount? I don't know. Upon this subject, we had frequent conversations. He traced their journey from Jerusalem to America, as it is given in the Book of Mormon, accepting the religious matter. The historical part of the Book of Mormon I know to be the same as I read and heard read from the writings of Spalding. So the historical part of the Book of Mormon is the same as manuscript found by Spalding. It's the same that he heard, that I read and that I heard read more than 20 years ago. The names, more especially, are the same without any alteration. He told me his object was to make money out of it, I'm going to guess. All right, so Aaron says that Spalding's object for manuscript found was to account for all the fortifications, etc., to be found in this country, and said that in time it would be fully believed by all except learned men and historians. I once anticipated reading his writings in print, but little expected to see them in a new Bible. Spalding had many other manuscripts, which I expect to see when Smith translates his other plate. In conclusion, I will observe that the names of and most of the historical part of the Book of Mormon were as familiar to me before I read it as most modern history, because he had already read all those historical parts in manuscript found. If it is not Spalding's writing, it is the same as he wrote, and if Smith was inspired, I think it was by the same spirit that Spalding was inspired, which he confessed to be the love of money. All right, an August 1833 affidavit of Oliver Smith. Solomon Spalding boarded at Oliver Smith's house for 6 months in Conneaut, Ohio. Okay, so Oliver says, When Solomon Spalding first came to this place, he purchased a tract of land, surveyed it out, and commenced selling it. While engaged in this business, he boarded at my house in all nearly 6 months. So that's pretty interesting. Staying in the same house for 6 months. All of Spalding's leisure hours were occupied in writing a historical novel founded upon the first settlers of this country. He said he intended to trace their journey from Jerusalem by land and sea until their arrival in America, give an account of their arts, sciences, civilization, wars, and contentions. In this way, he would give a satisfactory account of all of the old mounds so common to this country. So that was a big question for all the people living around this area. Well, what are all these old mounds? During the time that he was at my house, I read and heard read 100 pages or more. Nephi and Lehi were by him represented as the leading characters when they first started for America. Their main object was to escape the judgments which they supposed were coming upon the old world. But no religious matter was introduced, as I now recollect. Just before he left this place, Spalding sent for me to call on him. Okay, so Oliver continues. He then said that although he was in debt, this is Solomon Spalding, he intended to leave the country and hoped that I would not prevent him. For, says he, you know that I have been writing the history of the first settlement of America, and I intend to go to Pittsburgh and there live a retired life until I have completed the work, and when it is printed, it will bring me a fine sum of money, which will enable me to return and pay off all my debts. The book, you know, will sell, as everyone is anxious to learn something about that subject, all those mounds and the history of the American Indians. This was the last that I heard of Spalding or his book, Manuscript found, until the Book of Mormon came into my neighborhood. When I heard the historical part of it related, I at once said that it was the writings of old Solomon Spalding. Soon after, I obtained the book, and on reading it, found much of it the same as Spalding had written more than 20 years before. All right, another affidavit, this one from Nahum Howard, a friend of Solomon Spalding's, probably around 1833. I first became acquainted with Solomon Spalding in December of 1810. After that time, I frequently saw him at his house and also at my house. I once, in conversation with him, expressed a surprise at not having any account of the inhabitants once in this country, who erected the old forts, mounds, etc. He then told me that he was writing a history of that race of people, and afterwards frequently showed me his writings, which I read. I have lately read the Book of Mormon, and believe it to be the same as Spalding wrote, except for the religious part. He told me that he intended to get his writings published in Pittsburgh, and he thought that in 1 century from that time it would be believed as much as any other history. Well, at least among the Mormons, right? So that's it for Nahum Howard. Pretty short affidavit. Okay, the next affidavit is from Artemus Cunningham, a friend of Solomon Spalding, given in Perry, Cayuga County, Ohio. Not sure if that's how you say that. In the month of October of 1811, I went from the township of Madison to Conneaut for the purpose of securing a debt due me from Solomon Spalding. I tarried with him for nearly 2 days for the purpose of accomplishing my object, which I was finally unable to do. I found him destitute of the means of paying his debts. His only hope of ever paying his debts appeared to be upon the sale of a book which he had been writing. He endeavored to convince me from the nature and character of the work that it would meet with a ready sale. Yeah, you hope. Before showing me his manuscripts, he went into a verbal relation of its outlines, saying that it was a fabulous or romantic history of the first settlement of this country, and as it purported to have been a record found buried in the earth or in a cave, he had adopted the ancient or scripture style of writing. So that's similar to the Book of Mormon. Golden plates found buried in the earth. Some say that they were in a cave. He then presented his manuscripts, when we sat down and spent a good portion of the night reading them. Okay, so Artemis continues. He says they spent the night reading manuscript found and conversing about it. And he says, I well remember the name of Nephi, which appeared to be the principal hero of the story. The frequent repetition of the phrase, I, Nephi, I recollect as distinctly as though it was but yesterday, although the general features of the story have passed from my memory through the lapse of 22 years. He attempted to account for the numerous antiquities which are found upon this continent, and remarked that after this generation had passed away, his account of the first inhabitants of America would be considered as authentic as any other history, even as authentic as the history of England, right? The Mormon Bible I have partly examined and am fully of the opinion that Solomon Spalding had written its outlines before he left Conneaut. All right, so we're still going in chronological order here. All of those affidavits were given around 1833 and published in 1834 in Mormonism Unveiled in Eber D. Howe's book. We now jump to a jury trial in October 1837. This is regarding the Kirtland Bank. I thought this was interesting. Both Sidney Rigdon and Joseph Smith were partners in this illegal bank. This information comes from Dale W. Adams in BYU Studies, an article entitled Chartering the Kirtland Bank, 1983. So Dale says, a month after the Kirtland Bank opened, a writ was sworn out against Joseph Smith Jr. and Sidney Rigdon by Samuel D. Rounds. The writ accused the two Mormon leaders of illegal banking. At the jury trial of October 1837, Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon were found guilty and fined $1,000 each. That would be $23,000 each in 2020. A flurry of lawsuits, charges, and arrests swirled around the founders of the bank. The storm abated only when many of the founders of the bank and principal church leaders, aka Rigdon and Smith, fled Kirtland in 1837 and 1838. So very interesting. Just another project that they were engaged in together. I think on the notes, Sidney Rigdon signs it as president. All right, we jump to the year 1838 now. This is a letter from Sidney Rigdon to the Apostle Orson Hyde in 1844. It was in the Nauvoo Neighbor paper. In 1838, Sidney Rigdon approved of day-night removal of dissenting members. What does that mean? Removal. Run them out of town? arguing that it was the imperative duty of the church to obey the word of Joseph Smith or of the presidency, which Sidney Rigdon was a member of. He was a member of the first presidency. So they're supposed to obey Joseph and Sidney without question or inquiry, and that if there were any that would not, they should have their throats cut from ear to ear. So kind of reminiscent of blood atonement. I know there's a couple passages where Joseph Smith teaches blood atonement. Sidney Rigdon appears to be teaching it here. Removing the dissenting members. Then, of course, Brigham Young went on and taught blood atonement a lot more when they got to the safety of Utah. The picture above here says Danites, damsels, and world domination. Mormons in the dime novels. All right, another very important affidavit. This one is from Matilda Spalding Davison. And she was formerly married to Solomon Spalding. She's now his widow. But she gave an affidavit in the Boston Recorder, an article entitled Origin of the Book of Mormon or Golden Bible, April 19, 1839. So, what, about 5 years after the publication of Eber D. Howe's book, Mormonism Unveiled. So it's a pretty important affidavit. This is the former wife of Solomon Spalding, someone that was very close to him. So Matilda starts out and says, as this Book of Mormon has excited much attention and has been put by a certain new sect, the Mormons, in the place of the sacred scriptures, I deem it a duty which I owe to the public to state what I know touching its origin, the origin of the Book of Mormon. Okay, Matilda continues. Reverend Solomon Spalding, to whom I was united in marriage in early life, was a graduate of Dartmouth College and was distinguished for a lively imagination and a great fondness for history. Kind of like Joseph Smith, a great imagination, but I kind of doubt that Joseph Smith had a great love of history and of reading. At the time of our marriage, he resided in Cherry Valley, New York. From this place, we removed to New Salem, Ashtabula County, Ohio. We removed there. We went there. This place was sometimes called Conneaut, as it is situated upon Conneaut Creek. Shortly after our removal to this place, Solomon Spalding's health sunk, and he was laid aside from active labors. In the town of New Salem, there are numerous mounds and forts, supposed by many to be the dilapidated dwellings and fortifications of a race now extinct. These ancient relics arrest the attention of the new settlers and became objects of research for the curious, people like Solomon Spalding, and probably Joseph Smith, and probably Sidney Rigdon. Numerous implements were found and other articles evincing great skill in the arts. All right, Matilda continues here. She says, Mr. Spalding, being an educated man and passionately fond of history, took a lively interest in these developments of antiquity. Is it more likely that a person like that would write the Book of Mormon or a person like Joseph Smith would write the Book of Mormon? I don't know. And in order to beguile the hours of retirement and furnish employment for his lively imagination, he conceived the idea of giving an historical sketch of this long-lost race. Their extreme antiquity, of course, would lead him to write in the most ancient style. And as the Old Testament is the most ancient book in the world, he imitated its style as nearly as possible. So all that, and it came to pass stuff. So very similar to the Book of Mormon. His sole object in writing this historical romance was to amuse himself and his neighbors. This was about the year 1812. Hull's surrender at Detroit occurred about this same time, and I recollect the date well from that circumstance. So about 1812, he was writing this book. As he progressed in his narrative, the neighbors would come in from time to time to hear portions read, and a great interest in the work was excited among them. It claimed to have been written by one of the lost nation, Moroni, Mormon, and to have recovered from the earth, and assume the title of Manuscript Found. All right, Matilda continues. The wife of Solomon Spalding. She says the neighbors would often inquire how Mr. Spalding progressed in deciphering the manuscript, and when he had sufficient portion prepared, he would inform them, and they would assemble to hear it read. So that's interesting. They're all gathering around, listening to Manuscript Found being read. He was enabled from his acquaintance with the classics and ancient history to introduce many singular names which were particularly noticed by the people and could be easily recognized by them. So I agree that getting the names right, that's some pretty good evidence that the two documents were the same. Mr. Solomon Spalding had a brother, Mr. John Spalding, residing in the place at the time, who was perfectly familiar with this work, Manuscript Found, and repeatedly heard the whole of it read. And we read two affidavits from John Spalding, the brother of Solomon. From New Salem, we removed to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Here, Mr. Spalding found an acquaintance and friend in the person of Mr. Patterson, an editor of a newspaper. And he was running that post office and that print shop where Sidney Rigdon was hanging around. He exhibited his manuscript to Mr. Patterson, who was very much pleased with it and borrowed it for perusal. He retained it a long time and informed Mr. Spalding that if he would make out a title page and preface, he would publish it, and it might be a source of profit. This Mr. Spalding refused to do for reasons which I cannot now state. Didn't want to finish off the document to get it published, and she doesn't say why. Sidney Rigdon, who has figured so largely in the history of the Mormons, was at this time connected with the printing office of Mr. Patterson, as is well known in that region, and as Rigdon himself has frequently stated. So she says that Rigdon even talked about it himself, being connected with his printing office of Mr. Patterson. Here he had ample opportunity to become acquainted with Mr. Spalding's manuscript and to copy it if he chose, because that manuscript was in that print shop on a shelf. Sidney Rigdon, being a big reader, probably would ask Patterson if he can, or Lambden, to take some manuscripts off the shelf and read them, and it's possible that Rigdon found Manuscript Found and read it there in Pittsburgh in the print office and maybe copied it. It was a matter of notoriety and interest to all who were connected with the printing establishment. At length, the manuscript was returned to its author, and soon after we removed to Amity, Washington County, Pennsylvania, where Mr. Spalding deceased in 1816. So she says the manuscript was given back. They moved to Amity, Pennsylvania. And then I guess a short time after that, Solomon Spalding died. So Matilda had the manuscript, I guess. The manuscript then fell into my hands and was carefully preserved. It has been frequently examined by my daughter, Miss McKinstry, and we're going to read an affidavit from her as well. She lived in Monson, Massachusetts, with whom I now reside. So Matilda is staying with her daughter. So manuscript found, examined by her daughter, Miss McKinstry, and also by other friends in Massachusetts. After the Book of Mormon came out, a copy of it was taken to New Salem, the place of Mr. Spalding's former residence, and the very place where the manuscript found was written. A Mormon preacher appointed a meeting there, and in the meeting read and repeated copious extracts from the Book of Mormon. All right, so the residents are at this meeting and they're hearing the Book of Mormon being read. And Matilda says that the historical part in the Book of Mormon was immediately recognized by all the older inhabitants as the identical work of Mr. Solomon Spalding, in which they had been so deeply interested years before. She says, Mr. John Spalding was present, who is an eminently pious man, and recognized perfectly the work of his brother when they're sitting around listening to this Book of Mormon being read. He was amazed and afflicted that it should have been perverted to so wicked a purpose. His grief found vent in a flood of tears, and he arose on the spot and expressed to the meeting his deep sorrow and regret that the writings of his sainted brother should be used for a purpose so vile and shocking. So that's pretty specific details. John Spalding starts crying, rising on the spot and saying, "Oh no, Solomon Spalding's work has been used for a vile purpose." The excitement in New Salem became so great that the inhabitants had a meeting and deputed Dr. Phlastus Hurlbut, one of their number, to repair to this place and to obtain from me the original manuscript of Mr. Spalding for the purpose of comparing it with the Mormon Bible to satisfy their own minds and to prevent their friends from embracing an error so delusive. This was in the year 1834. Dr. Hurlbut brought with him an introduction and a request for the manuscript signed by messengers Henry Lake and Aaron Wright and others. So you'll remember Henry Lake and Aaron Wright's affidavits that we've already read, with all whom I was acquainted, as they were my neighbors when I resided in New Salem. So Matilda was also familiar with Henry Lake and Aaron Wright. Okay, Matilda continues, the wife of Solomon Spalding, giving this very long affidavit, some of which I have deleted, but parts that I didn't think were that important to the story here. So she continues, "I am sure that nothing would grieve my husband more, were he living, than the use which has been made of his work. The air of antiquity which was thrown about the composition doubtless suggested the idea of converting it to the purpose of delusion," in other words, Mormonism. Thus, an historical romance with the addition of a few pious expressions and extracts from the sacred scriptures has been construed into a new Bible and palmed off upon a company of poor deluded fanatics as divine. So according to the theory, Sidney Rigdon was the one that added the pious expressions and pulled material, many passages from the Bible, put it into the Book of Mormon, or put it into the manuscript of Solomon Spalding. I have given the previous brief narration, and this work of deep deception and wickedness may be searched to the foundation, and its author exposed to the contempt and execration that he so justly deserves. All right, so at the end of Matilda's affidavit, there's a little short statement by A. Eli, D.D., Doctorate of Divinity, is that what that means? Pastor of the Congregational Church in Monson, Massachusetts, and D.R. Austin, Principal of Monson Academy, Monson, Massachusetts, April 1st, 1839. This short little note at the end here. They say that the Reverend Solomon Spalding was the first husband of the narrator of the above history. Since his decease, she has been married to a second husband by the name of Davison. So her full name, I guess, would be Matilda Spalding Davison. She is now residing in this place, is a woman of irreproachable character and a humble Christian, and her testimony is worthy of implicit confidence. All right, we now have an affidavit or a statement from Abner Jackson, December 20, 1880, Canton, Ohio. So this is 50 years after the Book of Mormon. So this is a late statement. It was in the Daily Evening Reporter, January 7, 1881. Abner says that it is a fact well established that the book called the Book of Mormon had its origin from a romance that was written by Solomon Spalding in Conneaut, Ohio, about AD 1812. His wife said maybe some of it was written in New Salem, Pennsylvania as well when we read that affidavit. Spalding was a highly educated man. His deportment was grave and dignified in society, and he was much respected by those of his acquaintance. He was a clergyman or a pastor of the Presbyterian order, and for a time a settled pastor in the city of New York. So said his brother John Spalding and others in the neighborhood who heard him preach, and we've gone over the two affidavits from John Spalding. It was said that failing health caused him to resign the pastorate. He then came to Richfield, Otsego County, New York, and started a store near where my father lived about the beginning of the present century. My father exchanged with him the farm on which he lived in Otsego County, New York, for land in Erie County, Pennsylvania, where the town of Albion now stands, and moved to it around 1805. Shortly after my father moved, Spalding sold his store in Richfield and moved to Conneaut, Ashtabula County, Ohio, and built a forge on Conneaut Creek. A lot of this we've already heard. In building this, he failed and sold out, and about the beginning of the year 1812, he commenced to write his famous romance called by him the Manuscript Found. Okay, Abner continues with his account. This romance by Mr. Spalding brought with him on a visit to my father a short time before he moved from Conneaut to Pittsburgh. At that time, I was confined to the house with a lame knee, and so I was in company with them and heard the conversation that passed between them. Spalding read much of his manuscript to my father. So this is a good opportunity for him to hear it, see what it's all about. Got a lame knee sitting around the house. What are you going to do for entertainment? Read some books or some manuscripts. He read much to my father, and in conversation with him explained his views of the old fortifications in this country and told his romance. These facts and reflections prompted him to write his romance, purported to be a history of the lost tribes of Israel. Okay, Abner continues. He says that Solomon begins with their departure from Palestine or Judea, then up through Asia, points out their exposures, hardships, and sufferings Also their disputes and quarrels, especially when they built their craft for passing over the straits, Bering Strait. Then, after their landing, he gave an account of their divisions and subdivisions under different leaders, but two parties controlled the balance. One of them was called the righteous, worshippers and servants of God, probably the Nephites, right? These organized with prophets, priests, and teachers for the education of their children and settled down to cultivate the soil and to a life of civilization. The others were idolaters. They contended for a life of idleness, in short, a wild, wicked, savage life. Probably the Lamanites, right? They soon quarreled and then commenced war anew and continued to fight, except at very short intervals. Sometimes one party was successful and sometimes the other, until finally a terrible battle was fought, which was conclusive, right on the hill Cumorah. All the righteous were slain except for one. That's Moroni, right? And he was the chief prophet and the recorder. He was notified of the defeat in time by divine authority, told where, when, and how to conceal the record, Moroni, right? And he would take care that it should be preserved, the golden plates, and brought to light again at the proper time for the benefit of mankind. All right, Abner continues with his account here. He says that Spalding's romance professed to find the record where the recorder concealed it, Moroni, in one of those mounds, one of which was but a few rods from Spalding's residence. Soon after this visit, Spalding moved to Pittsburgh and took his manuscript to the Pittsburgh Gazette office, maybe Robert Patterson's Gazette office, intending to have it printed, but in this he failed. Spalding frequently read his manuscript to the neighbors and amused them as he progressed with his work. He wrote it in the biblical style, and it came to pass occurred so often that some people called him Old Come to Pass. That's what they called Solomon Spalding sometimes, Old Come to Pass. This Book of Mormon purports to be a history of the lost tribes of the children of Israel. It begins with them just where the romance did, and it follows the romance very closely. It is true that there are some verbal alterations and additions, enlarging the production somewhat without changing its main features. The Book of Mormon follows the romance too closely to be a stranger. In both, many persons appear having the same name in both manuscript found and the Book of Mormon. These names are names such as Moroni, he misspells it, Mormon, Nephites, Moroni, Lama, I guess that would be the Lamanites, Lama, Nephi, and others. So he misspells Lamanites, misspells Nephi or Nephites. Here then we are presented with romance, second, called the Book of Mormon, telling the same story of the same people traveling from the same plane in the same way, having the same difficulties and destination, with the same wars, same battles, and same results, with thousands upon thousands slain. Then see the Mormon account of the last battle at Cumorah, where all the righteous were slain. So he remembers the word Cumorah as well. But remember, this is 1880, so this is 50 years after the Book of Mormon was published. So it's a pretty late account. And then, like we said before, it was 20 years before that when Spalding was writing the manuscript found. All right, so Abner finishes up here. This is another long affidavit. How much this resembles the closing scene in the manuscript found. The most singular part of the whole matter is that it follows the romance so closely, with this difference. The first claims to be a romance, the second claims to be a revelation of God, a new Bible. When it was brought to Conneaut and read there in public, that's I guess the Book of Mormon, Old Esquire Wright heard it and exclaimed, "Old come to pass has come to life again." So Solomon Spalding was old come to pass. And when he heard the Book of Mormon, it's like, oh, he's come to life again. He's got a new book. Here was the place where Spalding wrote and read his manuscript to the neighbors for their amusement, and Squire Wright had often heard him read from his romance. Squire or Esquire Wright. This was in 1832. I think that's maybe a little bit too late. 16 years after Spalding's death. Oh, no, that'd be right, when he'd be reading the Book of Mormon that had just come out in 1830. I have seen both of these productions, heard Spalding read much of his romance to my father and explain his views and reasons for writing it. I also have seen and read the Book of Mormon, and it follows Spalding's romance too closely to be anything else than a borrowed production from the romance. All right, another affidavit or an account from Judge John C. Dowen, a letter to Arthur B. Deming. Arthur B. Deming was the writer and publisher of Naked Truths About Mormonism. This affidavit is January 20, 1885, so very late. I heard Dr. P. Hurlbut deliver his first lecture in the Methodist Church in Kirtland, Ohio, probably around 1833, on the origin of the Book of Mormon. He said he had been in New York and Pennsylvania and had obtained a copy of Spalding's manuscript found. He read selections from it and then the same from the Book of Mormon. He said the historical part of it was the same as Spalding's manuscript found. Hurlbut stayed at my house every 3 or 4 days for as many months. I read all of his manuscripts, including Spalding's manuscript found, and compared it with the Book of Mormon, the historical part of which is the same as Spalding's manuscript found. So this according to a judge. All right, sort of another affidavit, a letter from Reddick McGee to Arthur B. Deming, January 25, 1886. It's regarding Miss Matilda McKinstry's recollections. McKinstry was Solomon Spalding's daughter. So kind of an interesting account, late account. So Reddick McGee says, when in this city a few days ago, you informed me that you were en route to Pittsburgh, Washington County, etc., to collect some additional testimony about the origin of the Mormon Bible for a book that you were intending to publish on the subject, that you had seen old Miss McKinstry, the daughter of Solomon Spalding, and obtained a statement of her recollections. So I guess by this time, 1886, the daughter of Solomon Spalding, Miss Matilda McKinstry, was already pretty advanced in age. But they obtained a statement of her recollections. I will give below his daughter's, Miss McKinstry's recollections, recently narrated by her to me. I guess that's to Reddick. This lady is still residing in Washington, D.C. She is in remarkably good health for a lady of her age. She corroborated her father's statement about his removal to Conneaut in 1809, his examining the Indian mounds, etc., and distinctly recollected that he wrote 2 or more stories in support of the theory that the Indians of North America were lineal descendants of the Jews from Palestine. So 2 or more stories. I think she's going to talk about manuscript story, Conneaut Creek, and then also talk about manuscript found. In the first of these, he brought the Jews from Palestine to America via Italy during the reign of Constantine, and set forth that at Rome they engaged shipping to convey them to some place in Great Britain, but encountered stormy weather and were finally wrecked somewhere on the coast of New England. I believe that is manuscript story. talking about setting forth at Rome. What became of the manuscript of this story she did not know with certainty, but understood that it was published in some Eastern review or magazine. That's manuscript story. Okay, this romance he afterwards abandoned and set about writing a more probable story founded on the history of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. So the one he abandoned, manuscript story. She thought that her father must have had a wonderful powers of imagination and memory, great command of language, and facility of description. Many of his descriptions were of a historical and religious character. The story that he called the Manuscript Found. It purported to give a history of the 10 tribes, their disputes and dissensions concerning the religion of their fathers, their division into two parties, one called the Nephites and the other the Lamanites. That's what he's saying is in Manuscript Found. Their bloody wars, followed by reunion and migration via the Red Sea to the Pacific Ocean, their residence for a long time in China, they're crossing the ocean by the Bering Straits in North America, thus becoming the progenitors of the Indians who have inhabited or now live in this continent. This was the story which her Uncle John, Mr. Lake, Mr. Miller, and other neighbors heard him read at Conneaut on different occasions, and we have the affidavits from all of them. John Spalding, Mr. Lake, Mr. Miller, and other neighbors. All right. A letter to the editor, January 29, 1886, New York Tribune. The letter to the editor is from a man named James A. Briggs. He says, in the winter of 1833 and 1834, a self-constituted committee consisting of a judge and 3 or 4 other people and himself met at Mr. Corning's house in Mentor, Ohio, now known as Garfield Farm, to investigate Mormonism and the origin of the Mormon Bible. Dr. D.P. Hurlbut was employed to look up testimony. He was present with the committee and had Spalding's original manuscript with him. We compared it chapter by chapter with the Mormon Bible. It was written in the same style. Many of the names were the same. So that's pretty cool. If Hurlbut had the original manuscript of Manuscript Found and comparing it chapter by chapter with the Book of Mormon, that's pretty cool. We came to the conclusion from all the testimony before us that the Reverend Sidney Rigdon, the eloquent Mormon preacher, made the Mormon Bible from this Manuscript Found. Rigdon was a natural orator and had much native genius. He got the manuscript in Pittsburgh at the printing office of Mr. Robert Patterson, who has published an interesting history of Mormonism, showing without a doubt that Reverend Sidney Rigdon was the compiler of the Book of Mormon. All right, so looking at all these affidavits, what do we have? From 1833 to 1886, 23 people gave 36 statements linking Manuscript Found and or Solomon Spalding to the Book of Mormon. That's a lot of accounts, a lot of affidavits, a lot of testimony. 8 were the Conneaut witnesses. These 8 statements were collected by Hurlbut and Howe. I think we have read all of them in this video. They're from Oliver Smith, Nahum Howard, Aaron Wright, Henry Lake, John Miller, Art Cunningham, Martha Spalding, and John Spalding. I guess those are the ones that were published in Mormonism Unveiled. But there was 15 more witnesses who gave 25 statements collected by many different investigators or appearing as letters to the editor in newspapers. 15 more witnesses. Matilda Spalding Davidson, who we gave her affidavit. Matilda Spalding McKinstry gave her recollections. Josiah Spalding, John Winter, who we gave, Abner Jackson we gave, Joseph Miller, can't remember, Jason Briggs we gave, Erastus Rudd, Daniel Tyler, Rachel Derby, William Leffingwell, D.C. Dowen, I think we gave, Jacob Sherman, Charles Grover, William Hine, and Reddick McGee. I think McGee we gave. So a lot of testimony, a lot of evidence. All right, so Sidney Rigdon was pretty quiet all the way up until 1839, so 9 years after the Book of Mormon was published. But around this time, Matilda Spalding Davison gave her affidavit, and Sidney Rigdon felt the need to combat her testimony. So he gave a long statement, Sidney Rigdon did, in the Quincy Whig, at least that's one place where they published it, June 8, 1839, a letter to the editors. So Rigdon says, in your paper of the 18th, I see a letter signed by somebody calling herself Matilda Davidson. That's Matilda Spalding Davidson, Solomon Spalding's prior wife. She pretended to give the origin of Mormonism, as she is pleased to call it, by relating a moonshine story about a certain Solomon Spalding, a creature with the knowledge of whose earthly existence I am entirely indebted to this production. So he's saying, I didn't know Solomon Spalding, I never even heard the name until until I read Matilda Davidson's affidavit. Well, we do have evidence that they lived in the same town. We do have evidence that they both had letters to pick up at the same post office. So, I don't know. All right, so let's see. I am entirely indebted to this production, for surely until Dr. Philastus Hurlbut informed me that such a being lived at some former period, I had not the most distant knowledge of his existence. That's Solomon Spalding, I guess. Sidney Rigdon saying, I didn't know who he was. And all I now know about his character is the opinion that I form from what is attributed to his wife, Matilda, in obtruding my name upon the public in the manner in which she is said to have done it, by trying to make the public believe that I had knowledge of the ignorant, and according to her own testimony, the lying scribblings of her deceased husband. So Matilda is making a statement to the public that Sidney Rigdon had knowledge about manuscript found, which Rigdon calls the lying scribblings of her deceased husband. For if her testimony is to be credited, her pious husband in his lifetime wrote a bundle of lies for the righteous purpose of getting money. All right, Sidney Rigdon continues here. He resorts to ad hominem attacks, personal attacks, which I look at as weak arguments. You should argue based on the facts, not attack the person. So when I look at ad hominem arguments, I look at them as being pretty weak. But that's what Sidney Rigdon does here. So he continues. He's going to first call Solomon Spalding a liar. He said the stuff that he wrote in his books is lies, and the stuff that he preaches about, because he was a reverend, the stuff that he preaches about is probably lies as well. Then he says, this being the only information which I have or ever had of this said Reverend Solomon Spalding, I guess what he heard from Matilda, I of necessity have but a very light opinion of him as a gentleman, a scholar, or a man of piety, because he just doesn't know much about him, right? For had he been either, he certainly would have taught his pious wife not to lie. So Solomon Spalding's probably a liar. His wife is a liar. And then he says, Matilda Spalding Davison united herself with adulterers, liars, and the basest of mankind. He might be talking about the other affidavits, the other people that gave affidavits in Mormonism Unveiled. He might be talking about Dr. Philastus Hurlbut. They're liars, they're adulterers, ad hominem. It is only necessary to say, in relation to the whole story about Spalding's writings being in the hands of Mr. Patterson, who was in Pittsburgh and who is said to have kept a printing office, and my saying that I was concerned in the said office, etc., etc., all of this is the most base of lies. He said, I had no concern in that printing office. Well, that conflicts with other testimony that we have that he was hanging out there all the time. But we're going to get into some of the lies that Sidney Rigdon tells in this letter to the editor. So he's saying, I was not concerned with that office. It's a lie without even the shadow of truth. There was no man by the name of Patterson during my residence at Pittsburgh who had a printing office. We also know that is a lie. What might have been before I lived there, I know not. Mr. Robert Patterson, I was told, had owned a printing office before I lived in that city, but had been unfortunate in business and failed before my residence there. Well, we have that list of unclaimed letters with Sidney Rigdon's name on it and Solomon Spalding's name on it, so we know they were living there in Pittsburgh there around the same time. We have other testimony that Rigdon was hanging around this printing office. All right, so Sidney Rigdon continues here. He's very long-winded, and this is a lot to read. But he says, this Mr. Patterson, who was a Presbyterian preacher, a lot of preachers around, I had a very slight acquaintance with during my residence in Pittsburgh. Very slight acquaintance with Patterson. He was then acting under an agency in the book and stationery business and was the owner of no property of any kind, printing office, or anything else during the time that I resided in the city. Probably a lie. He was in the book and stationery business. We know that Sidney Rigdon loved to read. Probably wasn't that many places where you could buy books. So he was probably hanging around there buying books, reading books. If I were to say that I ever heard of the Reverend Solomon Spalding and his hopeful wife, Matilda, until Dr. P. Hurlbut wrote his lie about me, I should be a liar like unto themselves. Why was not the testimony of Mr. Patterson obtained to give force to this shameful tale of lies? The only reason is that he was not a fit tool for them to work with. He would not lie for them, for if he were called on, he would testify to what I have here said. I think one of the Pattersons was dead by this time. Let me hear, gentlemen, give a history of this Dr. P. Hurlbut and his associates who aided in getting up and propagating this batch of lies. So probably all those affidavits in Mormonism Unveiled. He's saying all that is lies. I have seen and heard at one time and another by the persecutors and the haters of the truth a great deal said about the eminent physician, Dr. Hurlbut. He wasn't really a physician. I think he was the seventh child, and during this time frame, I think people would just call their seventh child doctor. I never thought the matter worthy of notice, nor probably ever should, had it not made its appearance in your paper, or someone of equal respectability. And I believe, gentlemen, had you have known the whole history of this budget of lies, it would never have found a place in your paper. But to my history, and then he's going to continue on. All right, Sidney Rigdon continues here. He's resorting to more ad hominem attacks. He says Dr. Hurlbut really wasn't a physician, as we already talked about. He was the seventh son, and his parents called him doctor. It was his name and not the title of his profession. So yeah, Dr. Hurlbut was never a doctor. He once belonged to the Methodist Church and was excluded for immoralities. That's Hurlbut. He afterwards imposed himself on the Church of Latter-day Saints and was excluded for using obscene language to a young lady, a member of the said church, who resented his insult with indignation, which became both her character and profession. So, ad hominem. Saying Hurlbut's not a good guy. He uses obscene language, even to young ladies. After his exclusion, he swore, for he was vilely profane. So he liked to swear. He swore that he would have revenge, and he commenced his work. He soon found assistance with a pious old deacon of the Campbellite Church by the name of Onus Clapp, and his two sons, Thomas Clapp, Matthew Clapp, both Campbellite preachers, abetted and assisted by another Campbellite preacher by the name of Adamson. So they were all kind of working on this together, he says. By another Campbellite preacher by the name of Adamson Bentley. And I think we're going to get some statements from him. Hurlbut went to work catering lies for the company. Before Hurlbut got through, his conduct became so scandalous that the company utterly refused to let his name go out with the lies which he had collected and he and his associates had made. And they substituted the name of E.D. Howe. So Hurlbut sold his affidavits to E.D. Howe. Rigdon is saying it's because he didn't have a good name. His name became scandalous. And so they wanted the affidavits to go out under the name of E.D. Howe. I didn't really look into that much. That's probably not true. All right, so Sidney Rigdon continues here. Quincy Whig, 1839. This slide, just a bunch more ad hominem attacks. He says, the change, however, was not much better. There were scandalous immoralities about the Howe family of so black a character that they had nothing to lose and became good tools for this holy company to work with. So now he's saying bad things about Eber D. Howe. The Howe family has scandalous immoralities. A man of character would never have put his name to a work which Hurlbut was concerned in, but while Hurlbut was busily employed in the service of the company, old Deacon Clapp was employed in taking care of his wife. How many others of the company aided in this business must be left to futurity to disclose. At a certain time, Hurlbut, being out till a late hour in the night, returned to his house, and in going to his bedroom, where his wife was, behold, and lo, there was the pious old deacon, either in the bed with his wife or at the side of it. So the pious old Deacon Clapp, he's saying, slept with Hurlbut's wife. So this is all just slander. It's all just personal attacks. Not really arguing the facts here. Hurlbut laid hold of him and called for help, which soon came to his assistance. The pious old deacon was arraigned before a justice of the peace. All right, Sidney Rigdon continues. He basically just calls all these people liars like 3 or 4 more times. So I deleted some of this on this slide. But he says, Hurlbut took his wife and left the country forthwith. And the pious old deacon and his sons and the good Mr. Bentley are left to wear out the shame of their great effort to destroy the character of innocent men whom they never dare meet in argument. So he's saying this group of men, the pious old deacon, Hurlbut, Adamson Bentley, etc., a bunch of liars, just trying to destroy the character of innocent men like Sidney Rigdon. The tale in your paper is one hatched up by this gang before the time of their explosion. In order to give character to their lies, they dress them up. All right, so let's finish up this account by Sidney Rigdon. He just basically goes on and says everybody involved is a liar. He says it 3 or 4 more times even. So I deleted all that. He says, the only reason why I am assailed by lies is that my oppressors dare not adventure on argument, knowing that if they do, they fall. Where, Sidney Rigdon is doing the same thing that he's accusing them of doing. He's not attacking the argument. He's not attacking the facts. He's just using ad hominem attacks, calling them liars. Lies, 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 lies. He calls them liars like a dozen times. So he's guilty of what he's accusing them of. They try, therefore, to keep the public from investigating by publishing and circulating falsehoods. This I consider a high encomium on both myself and the cause I defend. Respectfully, Sidney Rigdon. Okay, let's see, a statement here from James Jeffrey, 1884, late statement here in the Presbyterian Banner. Contradicts Sidney Rigdon's statement that we just read. He says, 40 years ago in 1844, I was in business in St. Louis, Missouri. The Mormons then had their temple in Nauvoo, Illinois. I had business transactions with them. Sidney Rigdon I knew very well. He was general manager of the affairs of the Mormons. Rigdon, in hours of conversation, told me a number of times there was in the printing office with which he was connected in Ohio a manuscript of the Reverend Spalding tracing the origin of the Indian race from the lost tribes of Israel. I think he means Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not Ohio. This manuscript was in the office for several years. He was familiar with it. Spalding had wanted it printed, but had not the money to pay for the printing. That makes sense. He, Rigdon, and Joe Smith used to look over the manuscript and read it over on Sundays. Rigdon said that Smith took the manuscript and said, I will print it, and went off to Palmyra, New York. All right, statement here from Joseph H. Jackson. This statement was also in my video about Joseph H. Jackson. If you haven't seen that one, that's a pretty interesting video. Joseph H. Jackson gets in the good graces of Joseph Smith and kind of exposes him. So we got a few statements here, and then we're going to get into some more of the lies that Sidney Rigdon was talking about in his statement. All right, so Joseph H. Jackson says he, Joseph Smith, admitted himself an atheist and the Book of Mormon a humbug or a deception, and that the original was written by Lyman Spalding. Did he mean Solomon Spalding? Whose heirs now have it in their possession. Lyman Spalding was Solomon Spalding's first cousin, Erastus's son, from Plainfield, New Hampshire. So maybe it was Lyman, but he got the Spalding right. All right. The Apostle Orson Hyde, pictured above, in a letter to the Apostle Brigham Young in 1844. So Hyde says, Elder Sidney Rigdon told me in a conversation with him in this place that he had never come out against Joseph Smith heretofore for Joseph Smith's own sake. Yet he said that he had corresponded with the great men of the state and was in possession of facts and power to have hurled Joseph Smith from his station long ago. So what were the facts and the power that Elder Sidney Rigdon had? Maybe it had something to do with polygamy, maybe the Council of 50, I don't know. Maybe the origin of the Book of Mormon was one of the facts that could hurl Joseph from his station. All right, well, Dale R. Broadhurst made a comment about this. Broadhurst has put a ton of information and sources and newspapers and books and stuff online in regards to the Solomon Spalding and Sidney Rigdon theory of the origin of the Book of Mormon. Just a ton of stuff that's a valuable resource no matter what area of history you're studying. So he's done a great service. Hopefully all that stuff stays up. So Dale says, it is doubtful that Rigdon was speaking merely of Mormon secrets regarding polygamy, the Council of 50, or recent political intrigues in Illinois. And then we're talking about the previous slide. His reference to long ago appears to place the context of the facts that he claimed to possess against Smith somewhere among the early days of the church. The facts and the power that Sidney Rigdon had to hurl Joseph Smith from his station. All right, so Rigdon likes to call everybody liars. Well, now we're going to call Rigdon a liar, I guess. That big long statement we read from Rigdon is contradicted by other people's testimonies. Rebecca Johnston Eichbaum contradicts his testimony in her statement in 1879. Rigdon's claim to have never known Spalding and his work is refuted by the testimony of Rebecca Eichbaum, who worked in the Pittsburgh post office during the time that Rigdon and Spalding both lived there. All right, more lies that Sidney Rigdon gave in his long statement. This is from Dr. Craig Criddle again in 2005. You can see the website where you can read this. He says, Rigdon claimed that there was no man by the name of Patterson during my residence in Pittsburgh who had a print shop. It is now known that Reverend Robert Patterson had control of a print shop owned by his cousin Silas Ingalls and connected with the Patterson bookshop, and that he lived in Pittsburgh for a time period overlapping the time of Rigdon's residence in Pittsburgh, which was from 1821 to February of 1823. So Rigdon was lying. All right, Criddle continues. It is also known that Patterson operated as a news agent and a bookseller until nearly 15 years after the death of his junior partner, J.H. Lambden, in August of 1825. All right, Criddle continues here. Regarding the print shop, Rigdon claimed that what might have been there before I lived there I know not. Well, it is now known that number one, Rigdon visited Pittsburgh before the time that he lived there in order to collect his mail. Number two, Rigdon had an extensive personal library, and Pittsburgh was the most likely place for him to have obtained his books. I think I mentioned that before. So Pittsburgh, had the booksellers. Rigdon loved books, had a big library, probably went to Pittsburgh to get books. Number three, Rigdon had a personal association with J.H. Lambden, the clerk, and Silas Ingalls, the printer, for the Patterson Publishing House from 1812 to 1816. And finally, number four, Rigdon manufactured leather book bindings for Ingalls. He was a tanner, so probably would have known about their book business. So interesting information. All right, some more information about this. These slides, when you see that look like this, can be found at mormonleaks.com. Got a lot of information from over there. So another deception that Sidney Rigdon made in his statement, Rigdon covered up his connection to the Patterson bookshop by asserting that he had no connection to a Patterson print shop, while saying nothing about the Ingalls print shop, and by referring only to the times when he lived in Pittsburgh, saying nothing of those times when he supplied book bindings to Ingalls. All right, a letter from Reverend Samuel Williams to James T. Cobb, 1878. This also contradicts Sidney Rigdon's statement. So Samuel says, Mr. Patterson stated to me that Mr. Spalding brought the manuscript to the office, and of course it came under the charges of Ingalls, and at or about that time Ingalls spoke to Mr. Patterson about it. That time must have been around 1814 or 1815. All of the old men of our church knew about Rigdon hanging about the printing office. Everybody knew that Rigdon hung around the printing office, and whether he spent his time there in copying the manuscript, or concocting his schemes while conversing with Ingalls and others, or at length procured the manuscript by purchase or otherwise, makes not the smallest difference. If it is true that Mrs. Spalding had the manuscript returned to her, then unless Mr. Spalding had duplicate copies, leaving one in the office, Rigdon must have copied it. The identification of the Mormon Bible with the novel of Mr. Spalding I consider complete and placed beyond cavil. All right, let's talk about a little story here. This is also shared by Craig Criddle. On October 1st, 1843, in a meeting of the Anointed Quorum, Joseph Smith anointed and ordained William Law as first counselor and Amasa M. Lyman as second counselor in anticipation of dropping Rigdon at the upcoming conference. Okay, on October 8, 1843, the General Conference refused to sustain Joseph Smith's motion to drop Rigdon from the first presidency. So Rigdon had a lot of support, I guess, and they refused to sustain Joseph Smith's motion. So that tells you how much power Rigdon had in the church. This is Times and Seasons, 1843. All right, so how did Sidney Rigdon react? Well, it says in Jedediah M. Grant, a collection of facts relative to the course taken by Elder Sidney Rigdon, 1844. Says, Elder Orson Hyde continued and said, when we demanded his Rigdon's license to preach, because he was a preacher, a reverend, he said, I did not receive it from you, neither shall I give it up to you. He then threatened to turn traitor. His own language was, inasmuch as you have demanded my license, I shall feel it my duty to publish all your secret meetings and all the history of the secret works of the church in the public journals. So Rigdon threatens to do this a number of times. What's he going to reveal? Does he know? Does he have a bombshell that he could reveal that people don't know? All right, so I think it's still a statement here from Orson Hyde. He says, if he, Rigdon, goes to exposing the secrets of this church, as he says, the world will throw him down and trample him under their feet. And this is not the first time that leaders of the church have threatened violence against Sidney Rigdon. All right, another account, or actually a talk from Sidney Rigdon in General Conference 1844. Sidney says that I recollect in the year 1830, I met the whole Church of Christ in a little old log house about 20 feet square near Waterloo, New York. And we began to talk about the kingdom of God as if we had the world at our command. We talked with great confidence and talked big things. Although we were not many people, we had big feelings. We knew that 14 years ago that the church would become as large as it is today. So 14 years ago would be 1830 when the Book of Mormon came out. All right, so the talk of Sidney Rigdon in General Conference continues here. We began to talk like men in authority and power. We looked upon the men of the earth as grasshoppers. We saw by vision the church of God 1,000 times larger. Well, that happened, didn't it? We concealed ourselves, and there was much excitement about our secret meetings. This is 1830 he's talking about. We concealed ourselves, and there was much excitement about our secret meetings. What were these secret meetings about that Sidney Rigdon was involved in? They charged us with designs against the government and with laying plans to get money, etc., which never existed in the heads of anybody else. All right, an account here by Brigham Young. This is recorded in the History of the Church, Volume 7. On Tuesday, September 3rd, 1844, I, Brigham Young, had an interview with Brother Sidney Rigdon. He said that he had power and authority above the 12 apostles and did not consider himself amenable to their counsel. So this, I guess, is when Joseph Smith died, and there was the secession crisis. Brigham Young trying to take power, Sidney Rigdon trying to take power, probably other people as well. Sidney Rigdon's license was demanded. It's kind of weird because I don't think the other general authorities had licenses to preach, but they're demanding Sidney Rigdon's license, which he refused to give up, and he said that the church had not been led by the Lord for a long time, and he should come out and expose the secrets of the church. This was the second time that Rigdon had made this threat. What secrets could Sidney expose? All right, on September 8, 1844, Brigham Young said, there are some who are trolling off, weird words, trolling off, and wanting to make divisions amongst us. Brother Sidney says, if we go to opposing him, he will tell all of our secrets. But I would say, oh, don't, Brother Sidney, don't tell our secrets. Oh, don't. So he sounds kind of worried. But if he tells of our secrets, we will tell of his, tit for tat. So what are all these secrets? All right. After Sidney Rigdon's excommunication, he converted several hundred people to his new church and established a splinter group in Pittsburgh, where he continued to fabricate heavenly visitations, doctrines, and prophecies, just like he did in the Mormon church. You can see Sidney Rigdon's Pittsburgh Messenger and Advocate. He had his own Messenger and Advocate, this one based in Pittsburgh, not Kirtland. So let's talk about an article that came out in a scholarly journal. It was the Journal of the Association for Literary and Linguistic Computing. Peer-reviewed journal and article here, December 2008. It was by Jockers, Whitton, and Criddle, reassessing the authorship of the Book of Mormon. Okay, so like a fingerprint, your writing style, your frequency of use of commonly used words can act as an identifier of who you are. Everybody has their own writing style, and this study actually evaluates that and who may have written the Book of Mormon. It said, we offer an approach that employs two classification techniques. One is a delta, which is commonly used to determine probable authorship, and the other is the nearest shrunken centroid model, or NSC, a more generally applicable classifier. We use both methods to determine on a chapter-by-chapter basis the probability that each of 7 potential authors wrote or contributed to the Book of Mormon. All right, so here's the results of Solomon Spalding. All these red bars, the top one is Spalding when Joseph Smith is not included in the study or in the research. All those red bars, all those chapters are attributed to Solomon Spalding as a base text for the Book of Mormon. And then the bottom bar is Solomon Spalding with Joseph Smith included. This was unpublished in 2012. The first one was in 2008. So all those red bars on the second chart here show that Solomon Spalding was the most likely author for all those chapters where you see the red bars. So since he was dead in 1816, somehow his manuscript found, or some manuscript that he wrote, looks like it ended up into the Book of Mormon. It says, including Smith as a candidate author did not greatly change the overall pattern of Spalding attribution. All right, what about Sidney Rigdon in this study, the Jockers et al. Study in 2008? Well, Rigdon was the most probable author for much of the book. All of these blue bars, all of these chapters with the blue bars are attributed to Rigdon. So according to the study, he really wrote a lot, and he probably used Solomon Spalding's manuscript found as a base text. But in this version, 2008, Joseph Smith was not included among the candidate authors. But in 2010, Matt Jockers repeated the analysis, including Joseph Smith as a candidate author. Rigdon's signal decreased, but remained strong, especially at the beginning and the end of the book. So the signal's still in there where all these blue bars line up on these chapters. All right, what about revelations that came after the Book of Mormon in the Book of Commandments? These came really early on, some even before the Book of Mormon was published. Computer chapter attributions for the Book of Commandments differ from those of the Book of Mormon. Book of Commandments appears to be the work of just three men, Rigdon, Cowdery, and Smith. No Pratt, no Solomon Spalding in the Book of Commandments. The blue bar here is Rigdon. Looks like Rigdon has the most chapters attributed to him in the Book of Commandments, and the Book of Commandments went on to become the Doctrine and Covenants. And then Joseph Smith is second with the orange bar here, and then Oliver Cowdery, the green bar, is third. Just these three authors. No sign of Solomon Spalding, no sign of Pratt. So no base text from Spalding was used in the Book of Commandments. His signal does not show up, but Sidney Rigdon's still does in a big way. So, yeah, these bars show the number of chapters attributed to each author, and the yellow part are controls here. Spalding, Longfellow, and Barlow are controls, and they barely showed up, and Pratt doesn't show up, so interesting. All right, we go to an account now from Sidney Rigdon's grandson. This is by J.H. Beadle, editor, April 7, 1888, interview of Walter Sidney Rigdon, that's Sidney Rigdon's grandson, in the Salt Lake Daily Tribune, 1888. J.H. Beadle was a famous anti-Mormon, quote-unquote, in Utah. He was not well liked by the Mormons. This picture above, it says, Editor J.H. Beadle receives Mormon hospitality in Brigham City, and it shows him getting beat up. All right, so here's the interview. The title is Sidney Rigdon's grandson says their family understood the Book of Mormon to be a fraud. Okay, here we go. Mr. Walter Sidney Rigdon is a citizen of Carrollton, Cattaraugus County, New York, and a grandson of Sidney Rigdon, the partner of Joseph Smith. He talked with old Sidney hundreds of times about the scheme of the Golden Bible, and his father still has many of the old Sidney Rigdon documents. All right, the interview of the grandson of Sidney Rigdon continues. Grandfather was a religious crank, said Mr. Rigdon, until he lost money by it. He started in as a Baptist preacher and had a very fine congregation for those days in Pittsburgh. There was no reason at all for his leaving except that he got cracked. I'm not sure what that means. He went broke. At that time, he had no ideas of making money. Indeed, while he was with the Mormons, his chances to make money were good enough for most men, kind of like Joseph Smith as well. But he came out of it about as poor as he went in. And then Beadle asks him a question, but how did Sidney Rigdon change first? Grandson answers, well, he tried to understand the prophecies, and the man who does that is sure to go crazy. He studied the prophets and baptism, and of course he got rattled. Daniel and Ezekiel and Revelations will rattle any man who gives his whole mind to them. I would have to agree with that. At any rate, they did him, and he joined Alexander Campbell. All right, the grandson continues, Walter Sidney Rigdon. And this is a very interesting slide on here. Alexander Campbell then believed that the end of the world was nigh. Something Sidney Rigdon believed, something Joseph Smith believed, and the early Mormons. They all thought the end of the world was nigh, the millennium was just around the corner, etc., etc. Then it never came. Still hasn't come in 2021. Alexander Campbell's millennial harbinger shows that they rattled all who listened to them in Ohio and other places. They got rattled. Then grandfather got disgusted and decided on a new deal. He found Joe Smith, and they had a great many talks before they brought out the plates. None of us ever doubted that they got the whole thing up, but father always maintained that grandfather helped get up the original Spalding book. At any rate, he got a copy very early and schemed on some way to make it useful. And this is a very interesting part right here. Although the family knew these facts, they refused to talk on the subject while grandfather lived. So according to the grandson, the family knew about all this, but they didn't want to talk about it. Didn't want to talk about Sidney Rigdon, the grandfather, while he was alive. In fact, he and they took on a huge disgust at the whole subject. All right, the grandson continues. I only report that part of Mr. Rigdon's talk which shows the history of the Golden Bible as accepted in the family. Of course, if Sidney Rigdon had wanted the world to believe the Smith story of the plates, he would have told them so. But though the family do not care to ventilate it, they didn't want to talk about it, Sidney Rigdon evidently taught them to treat the whole thing as a fraud. That's pretty interesting. Okay, another interesting account from Sidney Rigdon's granddaughter, Jessie Rigdon Secord, related in 1967. So that's not that long ago. Compared to 1830 or whatever. This is Jessie R. Secord to Arlene Hess. I guess a letter. You can find this in Van Wagner's book, Sidney Rigdon, A Portrait of Religious Excess. Okay, so what did the granddaughter say? Jessie, she said, I was told that grandfather Rigdon made grandmother Phoebe Rigdon, I guess that was Rigdon's wife, he made her promise that upon his Rigdon's death, everything he had ever written would be destroyed. That's what he told his wife. I want you to destroy everything upon my death. That's weird, right? Why would he do that? So a short time after, on the absence of the family, so the family wasn't around, grandmother Phoebe Rigdon burned all the records. Why would they do this? And all the brilliant sermons and orations lay in a heap of ashes. What was Rigdon hiding? All right. Arthur F. Barnes' interview with Edward Hatch in 1896. Edward Hatch was Sidney Rigdon's grandson as well, a different grandson. He was a New York Supreme Court justice, and he stated in 1896 that during the last 6 or 7 years of Sidney Rigdon's life, he wrote a great deal, daily using from 7 to 9 pages of foolscap paper. That's a lot, daily. But as to the subject matter, nobody knew anything. There was some speculation that maybe he was writing the sealed portion, which is what, 2 or 3 times bigger than the Book of Mormon. And there is a sealed portion that has been released by Christopher Nemelka, if you want to read that. But anyway, Rigdon was writing a lot every day. Maybe he was writing the sealed portion. That's speculation. At Sidney Rigdon's death, all the manuscripts were burned. So another grandson saying the same thing. Burning all of his manuscripts. Why did they do that? What's he trying to hide? The family not considering them of any real worth. That's probably not true. Today they regret their haste in thus destroying them, and all of us researchers regret it as well. All right, before dying in 1876, he lived to a ripe old age. Rigdon refused to comment on the Spalding Book of Mormon manuscript, saying that my mouth is forever sealed on that subject. That's kind of weird, kind of cryptic, right? The source for this is Clark Braden Kelly debate, 1884, and pictured above is Rigdon's gravestone. All right, and now we have the ultimate proof that Sidney Rigdon and Solomon Spalding knew each other. This is a land deed signed by Sidney Rigdon and Solomon Spalding in 1792. So, we have a document that has both of their names on it. Is this the ultimate proof that they knew each other and worked together? Actually, no. This is a Mark Hoffman forgery. He knew this would be controversial. He had probably studied the Spalding-Rigdon theory. So he took a real land deed, I believe, and then put Sidney Rigdon and Solomon Spalding's names on there. It looks like he changed the date from 1892 to 1792 because Solomon Spalding died in 1816, so it'd have to be 1792. But this is a forgery. I just put this in at the end for a fun little end point. And we went over 4 hours. I didn't know how to reduce this video. I just felt like all the affidavits were so important to get all the information and to get the context that I really wanted to read a lot from each affidavit. Most of the studies on this that you'll read in dialogue and stuff don't do that. They just give like tiny little snippets from each affidavit and then pretend to throw out the affidavit as not providing sufficient evidence. So anyway, we got one more slide. All right, so what do you think? How do you weigh this evidence? There is a lot of evidence. Quite a bit of it is late evidence, 50, 60 years later in the 1880s. But there is quite a bit of early evidence as well. So I think there is good reasons to believe this theory. It still is a theory. There are other theories about how the Book of Mormon came to be. There's a lot of interesting circumstantial evidence that points to Sidney Rigdon as being more than just your average convert to the church. He was a very significant person in the early days. We know that he worked on the JST. We know that he worked on the Book of Commandments. It's not impossible that he worked on the Book of Mormon. And the Jocker study shows Solomon Spalding's signal and Sidney Rigdon's signal all throughout it. So I don't know. I'm not going to throw out this theory. I don't believe it 100%. But I think there's sufficient evidence to believe it. There's also other evidence to believe that Joseph Smith was the sole author. But remember, he was a very young kid, not very educated, so maybe he needed help. I mean, I can't imagine writing the Book of Mormon at age 20. But there is such a thing as savants in the world, and maybe he did. But that's going to do it for this video, and I thank you for watching the Did Solomon Spalding and Sidney Rigdon Write the Book of Mormon video.